How y'all dickheads doing? It is I, once again, Dick Record, coming to you live from the studio in New York City. Today, we're going to be making a leather cuff based on this bracelet that I've had for the longest time. It has this charm on it that's like etched, and it's made of like supposedly folded steel, right? It looks really nice. The problem is the cuff that it's on, or the bracelet that it's on, is cheap leather. It's held on with like this weird nylon rope that's like really cheap. Um, and I'm constantly worried that it'll fall off. In fact, it has fallen off. The problem with that being, I know I wouldn't notice if it just fell off one day while I was like walking and then like it's just gone forever. So I've worn it outside of my house maybe twice. So we're gonna make a new leather cuff with this embedded in the leather. But before we get into it, if you're new to the channel and you like what you see, please like, share, and subscribe. And more importantly, come over to twitch.tv/DickRecord. Link in the description where you can catch me streaming video games, Leathercraft, and other assorted nonsense every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday from around 4 to around 8 Eastern Standard Time. But with that out of the way, why does my cat look at me like that? What do you want, Summer? Pain in the butt. How you doing, Cherries? Your stomach completely fine. So full recovery then, huh? How's everything going, Cherries? How was your weekend? How was everybody's weekend? Let's see. I guess the only way to do this is just to cut this off, right? Yeah, we're destroying the original thing. I guess it has to have been like that, right? It had to. That's always where this was going. I don't know why I'm hesitant to do it, because like this is so cheap. He says as he is discovering it's harder to cut through this than he thought it was. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's always cheap nylon. All right. And it's like this weird shibari like thing, right? Where it's like they're just sort of strung up. I don't know. I don't know what the term is, but it's so weird. And I never understood it. Let me get rid of this. I'll keep the original just in case I ever decide to go back. It came in a nice box from the company that makes it. I'm not giving them any shout outs or anything, because I remember being like immediately disappointed when I asked them like, where are these made? And they were like, oh, these are made in the finest blah 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 in East Asia. I was like, cool. I'm asking for a country. Like, what country are these made in? No? All right, fuck you too, you stupid assholes. It's funny. I got this one. I couldn't wear it for years. I'm finally like, you know what, let me do something with it. And then my mom goes and gets me like another charm by them, and I'm like, I hated the first one. I couldn't wear it outside the house. Played the latest controversial game. Yeah, I'm not even like touching that game, you know what I mean? Did you enjoy it though? Was it fun? I'm not a fan of that series, so I likely don't have a reason to play it, you know? Sipping some milk and not thinking about it. I mean, happy Monday, but also you don't have I only recently found out today's like President's Day. You know, some people have off, some people don't, I guess. I think we're gonna use the purple. Like, I'm 90% sure we're gonna use the purple for this. I could do it out of something else, but I think we're just gonna use the purple. Mainly because, like, I kind of like how this kind of, like, gray looks against the purple. I already premeditated this. Wait, there's a series? There's a series of these? I thought this was, like, the first one that they're doing. This is kind of blurry, isn't it? Why is the focal length, like, doing that? Is there a way to, like, get this to focus automatically? Is this, like... Oh. Oh. What's this doing here? I kind of want to find more leather like this. This leather is absolutely beautiful. Like a nice rose, nice oxblood color. Oh, it's so nice. And I don't know which it is, because I bought... This is from a bag of scraps that I used for practice, just to play around with the tools, just to get, like, used to them in hand. And all I know is that this is oxblood, probably Chrome XL, you know. Anyway. Ooh, pardon me. Throat's not scratchy, just like dry, I guess. So I haven't played any of the other games either. I've never been a big fan of the series, you know? It didn't hit me when it was like the thing. So that's why I feel like I'm not missing anything, you know what I mean? Um I did order some new leather though, so that should be coming here soon. So I determined that I need like about a foot of leather from this. We're gonna use this. We're gonna use this purple because I think it not contrast. I think it goes but okay with the with this. I don't think since this is like a gray, you don't really want to like put it next to a brown, right? A black would be nice, but I don't have any black leather in stock, and I don't feel like I should get black leather just quite yet because black leather is like a lot of people think that black as a color goes with everything. That's the exact opposite. It doesn't go with everything. Um, you know, so anyway, I'm gonna put it with this purple. So I'll have a purple cuff. The thing about the leather that I was holding, and with most leather, is that like unless you can hold the crease indefinitely, what happens is that like these patterns will go away over time because the reason why it's creasing or the reason why the colors are changing like that is because of the crease and because it's drawing oil away from that portion in the hide, right? See how like I'm rubbing it and they're just kind of going away? Oh wait, you can't. I'm sorry. Yeah, so fucking glare. Like if I crease, hey, fua, how's the new job? How's the new job? How you doing? So like I made that crease, but like if I start to like rub into it, right? Or if you apply like heat, you know, anything, it just sort of like eventually fades away. Not fades away. It just sort of like works its way out. It's I think it's called the pull-up leather, and it's supposed to be like, you know, fairly stretchy. Oh, I like that. Either way, I don't know. It's just it's very nice. It's very nice, and I wish I had more of it. I ordered some more leather. It's coming from California, but it's a tannery in Turkey, which has been under a lot recently. It's been a while. Ooh, is it because of your new job, or you got a good workout in? Was it because of the new job? Is your new job very physically demanding of you? I did make a template, but I don't think it's like really matters here. It's just like, nah. And this isn't even long enough. It's supposed to be like a foot long, and then like I think I work from there. So this ruler's like a foot long. It's from your job. Okay, okay. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you had like a really good workout. Are you enjoying it though? And are you planning on doing any streams? Because I know that work has been kind of like eating up all your free time. It's God of War. Wait, what? So do you have boy? Do you have boy? Boy. Now that I'm like looking at this, I'm like I should actually cut out my template at least for the shape. Boy. This is also part of the template. I know it doesn't look like it. Boy. You just woke up. I mean that'll happen. You're tired. It sounds like you're tired. So I don't blame you for like wanting to get some extra rest in, you know? That's part of like that work grind, right? I remember when I would go to the office every day, like the days that I have off, I'd just be like, cool, it's my day off. I sleep till 11. I don't really want to do anything today. You know? It was always like that. It always felt like that. And then, like, so I would just kind of be like, I don't really want to do nothing. You know? Hey, what's up, Shabazz? Thank you for that. Christopher Judd. They should try to get DLC where he dresses up like I think his name is Teal'c in Stargate. It's technically a Triforce, and that's the stitch pattern that I want to use to, what's it called? To fasten the charm, which I've already lost track of, this charm, onto the cuff that I'm making today. Also, how you doing, Toast? Damn it. You know, I wasn't a big fan of Stargate the show, but my buddy was. He used to love that shit. I don't know. I couldn't just get into like every sci-fi original series. You know. Oops. Alright, there's a hole in my thing for hanging it up, and I probably shouldn't try to like cut over it. There you go. Perfect. That used to be the classic 4chan thing, right? Just trying to do the Triforce and then screwing up on purpose. It's like, look, I did it. And it's like, eh, and then the thing was like off to the side by a little bit. There we go. All right, so this is the template. Here's my leather. I need like a good foot length worth, a good length, a good foot's worth. Hold on, let me close the knife first because I don't trust myself. I'm sorry about the glare, by the way. This thing is like absolutely not working with me. All right, so we need like a foot from wherever we place this. I'm gonna place this like over here and then try to like make a foot from there. I think this will be fine. We gotta like basically keep cutting down to like there, because I essentially was like, let me use this scrap piece of leather to see how long this has to be, and it's got to be like around a foot. It doesn't have to be exactly a foot, and shorter than a foot's probably fine, but like we want to like put it on there somewhere. Because if I go to there, right? First of all, this has to be a little loose because like part of it's gonna be flat, right? And then there's got to be an overlap for. I'm planning on using buttons as a fastener, right? I have these glove buttons. 1, 2, 3. I'm pointing on something that's not even on screen. I'm sorry. So if I go to from there to the end, right? It's about a foot. But that's 11 inches. Whatever. We'll go for a foot. I think it's easier to just go for a foot, but I should fasten this down with something. Or I could use the scratch awl, actually. You just gotta make sure that this like doesn't come into contact with like the end of that. Essentially. You know what I mean? Like I don't want this to like prematurely end. You guys know about that premature ending, right? Sorry. Also, I got the Tokonol, which is a burnishing gum. Good, that's great. Thank you, Glare. It's burnishing gum. Probably not going to actually use this on screen because it's like a white. I haven't even opened it, but from what I understand, it's like kind of gooey and white, and y'all will be like, "Oh, look, he's playing with Coom." And it's like, no, I'm not, guys. Chill. And then nobody's gonna chill. I know you guys too well. Zero chill here. Should I tape this down? I feel like I should. Can I scratch all this? The problem is, I gotta tape it down. Fuck it. The problem is, one, this scratch all is not sharp enough, and I should sharpen it too. Where's my tape? There it is. Here in the studio, I am very cramped, diddly amped. Good, I didn't hit my head. Also in the studio, I have no idea where my masking tape is. So we gotta use this stuff. Oh yeah, so I ordered more leather, so that I could like start to put other things into production, like wallets, because I've already been getting questions. Are you going to be selling these? I'm like, haha. When I get good enough to sell them, maybe. You know. And they'll be listed on the fourth wall. They'll also be listed on the fourth wall for channel points. For those of you that plan to collect enough channel points. I, again, have yet to figure out overseas shipping. So, for the time being, it's not going to be available. Unfortunately, I don't know if I trust it. I guess I want to see however many stickers go overseas, how many actually make it. You know what I mean? Because, like, the problem with overseas shipping is that after a certain point, it's in the void, and maybe it makes it. Maybe it makes it. We don't know. We don't know. We'll never know until the person on the other end goes like, "I got it," or, "Huh, it's been 3 months." But then, like, it could just show up after like 6 months because customs, depending on your country, can be a bitch, or they could be like, "Oh yeah, fuck it, whatever, I don't give a shit," you know. Or what if I'm accidentally what if I'm accidentally sending something that like really shouldn't be sent to another country because it's like, "Oh yeah, that's you can't send like leather." What if I didn't know that this whole time? What if like leather's like illegal to send? Whoops. My bad. Are we both fugitives now? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I hope not, but maybe. Are you gonna build it on stream, Toast? I want to build a Gundam on stream, but like the last time I built, tried to build a real grade on stream. One, it took forever. Two, I did like an arm, and it was just like that was 3 hours. I know it don't take me no 3 hours when I do it by myself. So, huh, huh. You know, like it was just like, I guess I'm just gonna cut this along here. Now this piece is gonna age kind of weirdly because like I could tell that this is the edge of the hide, right? Which means that usually the leather at the edge of the hide is prone to the most loose grain creasing. Where did I put my knife? I know I closed it. Anyway. Which is like fine. That's fine. I don't think that's a problem. Um, hold on. Put in a recess, stitch around the edge. Okay. I wasn't really thinking about it until like just now when I realized like I should probably figure out where this is going. All right, so I did want to make it like I don't want to make it too thick. You know what I mean? Hey, Feels, thank you for the lurk, baby. Freedom Gundam. Ooh, is it red, white, and blue like America? America. I'm kidding. They're all red, white, and blue like America. America. I think one of the funniest things is they did a Street Fighter Secret Lair for Magic the Gathering cards. They're only cards that like exist as Street Fighter characters in the Secret Lair. They did do reprints without the Street Fighter, whatever, but you know it's not the same. There's a Guile card though, and he is red, white, and blue because America. I think that that's fucking fantastic. You know what I mean? The real grades though, oh my god, what a pain in the ass on stream. Whew. All I could say about that is screw that shit, man. I don't think I'm gonna do another real grade on stream. But I want to, but I don't know. There's one model kit that I saw that I kind of want to build on stream. It's I think it was the Furai Megazord, right? And that's just how they renamed it for the Western audience. It's the Megazord from the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. In Japan, I think it's called the Daizujin. 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 You know. Wait, no, Daizujin? I beg you, because it's from not Kyoryuga. Jew Ranger. There we go. Jew Ranger. Jew Ranger. Jew Ranger. Taisetsu na mono, protect my bars. No, that's not the lyrics. 1,000 points to whoever can guess. Whoever knows what that reference is to. All right, tape dispenser. You're no longer needed. Go over here. Thank you. Gonna come back with that kit. Shin Pokemon, thank you. Toast gets it. I've been meaning to add another DTuber where it's just me, but as like a Terrence and Phillip Canadian uh version of myself to the redeems for DTubers. Because there's like so many that I can do. Just despite the fact that it's the DTubers just 2 photos of myself. I've been meaning to like do that. That was Barweezel's idea, and when he said, I was like, that sounds actually legitimately amazing. So I don't deserve the credit for that idea. But you know, I've been meaning to add it and I just have not. I have not. Ah, let's see. I don't think this has to go too far down. I don't want to like use too much of this because like I do feel like I could probably use this for like another wallet, like a purple wallet, just as a one of, in case somebody wants it. Um, do that for practice actually. This leather actually seems really nice too. I'm curious what type of leather this is. Like as someone who's handled so few leathers, you know what? I thought that this was veg tan, but I don't think it is. I thought at first it was like a dyed veg tan. Because like veg tan is usually a very like light color. It's usually like flesh colored, right? I'm actually gonna be using some of it later. But and so it's actually very easy to dye it because it's flesh colored. But I don't know. I don't know. Just gotta make sure it's long enough. Perfect. Alright, we'll cut that now. Just straight across. We don't even have to like have a perfect 90-degree angle here. Because this is just for just have the end. Also, for our overseas friends, they likely don't have off this Monday, right? I'm sorry about that. In America, we have this thing called President's Day where today's supposed to be a holiday, but I'm seeing that some of y'all are working anyway because it's not a real holiday, is it? It can be and it can't be. It's so weird. Certain businesses will arbitrarily choose which days they give you off. You know, why make that a company holiday when we could just like not make it a company holiday and have you come in and work? You didn't get it off? Yeah, see? Like Toast is working. Cherries was saying he's at work today. And it's just like it's giving him a fucking huge headache. Luckily he's got comfort milk, you know. Goose is saying like, got a migraine regardless. Hope she gets better soon. Migraines suck. From what I've been told. I've never had a migraine, I'm sorry. It doesn't sound pleasant. I should figure out where we're putting this here. Alright, so because I want to cut a hole into this to the leather and then recess this thing. But also this thing is it is like the same thickness, so I think it'll work. I think it'll work out. Okay, so my last job had like very few holiday days, right? Holidays is very few. Let's see. There were 6 originally. Like they had 6 official company holidays. 6. That sounds Like not many, considering that like most companies celebrate 12. You know, um, do it here. Probably tape it down or something. Or get out a pen. You know, the back of this used to be sticky. Okay, I'll just make a mark. Oh, everything shifted because the Fire Nation attacked. Uh-oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. No, that should come out. Yeah, there we go. All right. Oh, but this is taking off a lot of color. Oh no. Okay, well, hold on. Hold on. Because I need that middle line. Okay. 4 or 5. Jesus Christ. That's way less than my previous job, and I used to think that they were cheap, you know? To be fair, they were cheap. They were like super duper cheap. Oh. We didn't damage the outside, but we did like make a bunch of like accidental boop de boops not holes. These will work out over time, like I was saying earlier with the other leather, with many leathers actually. If you accidentally like scuff them or whatever, or not accidentally, if they just and leather will get scuffed, right? That sort of thing will work itself out. You know, it'll go away over time. Okay, so we want this around here. I want to make sure that it's like equidistant on both sides because we're going to embed it into the leather. Not embed it, but we're going to cut around it. I should use the sharp one. The sharp scratch all. Thinking about not streaming this Wednesday and just doing a Tuesday stream. Tuesday I have plans in the evening. Sorry, Wednesday I have plans in the evening. I don't want to like stress myself out. There we go. Let me not stress myself out. What's the term? Oh, I should probably finish these lines actually. I think I need the actual corners. I have plans in the evening, so you know, I don't want to rush myself. So yeah, I was thinking about just doing a Tuesday stream instead of a. Why am I not just bring this over a little bit? There we go. That shit'll work its way out. I think this is a stitching awl. It's got like a hole to put a needle through, but I don't know how to use it. Okay, so there's that. This is gonna be weird because I could freehand this, but I don't think I should. I think I should use the this thing. Although it does like wobble because this is not fully flat edged on the sides. You got arrested? Wait, bandmate, are you forming a band? Wait, are you forming a band, my dude? Oh, dude, what? All right, so first of all, getting arrested sucks. What did he do? Is he going to the pokey forever? I should probably be doing this on the other side, actually. I think I do have to hand this down. All right, done. Trying to. He got super drunk and punched a TV in a hotel. I thought it was gonna be fun. That's not fun. I guess he broke it. Christ, they arrested him over that, as opposed to like not just charging him for it, right? You know, like they could just like bill him for that, right? Like it's property damage, sure, but like it's not like it's impossible to. I get this here. Let me increase the lighting. Maybe able to see this. You know what I mean? Like they could just like send him a bill. It's not the end of the fucking world. No reason why he deserves to have a criminal record about it, right? Oh, public intoxication. But he was in a hotel room. Isn't that the point of the hotel room? You're not in the public anymore. You're away. They can't bother you now. It's a little loose. Huh. I don't even know if I ever flipped this. I've had this blade in here for like years. I probably should change it. But I hate changing blades because then it's like they just go in the garbage. You know, and it's just like that blade has a lot more use out of it. You just gotta like strop it, sharpen it. And I hate like being wasteful because you know, nature don't appreciate that shit. Yo, what's up, Phoenix Time? Strictly, we make everything out of premium grade foreskin. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. How you doing, Phoenix Time? How's your weekend been? Uh, Making a leather cuff right now. I gotta work these things out. These will get out. These will get out. They're bothering me. These little rectangles. I didn't think that this thing would like decolor because of these rectangles. I know that they'll come out the moment that I what's it called? Apply any like leather cream to this. There we go. Just gotta be very careful to do this like perpendicular. All right, so that just kind of falls out. There we go. Almost perfecto. All right, so from here, we're going to use the Triforce pattern to like stitch this onto here. I might have to make it a little bigger, which will be, I should have scaled it up on that thing actually. I guess they had nothing better to do, right? Like if they, it's like they got the call. It's like, well, we're here. I didn't get dressed today to not arrest somebody and beat them and do awful things to them because, you know, I mean, not necessarily saying that they do. Okay, so the Triforce stitch design pattern, which y'all can't see because of the glare. That's my fault. A little too small. A little too small. But I can fix it. I don't know if I can fix it. I guess I could do just like this triangle size by itself. Right. Oh, it's gonna be a pain in the butt. Oh, that's perfect size. We're actually gonna on the other side of this glue down a strip of veg tan, right? So that'll and then we're going to put the we're going to use buttons as a fastener for this. So that's going to be on the other side. They're going to be embedded between the two layers, but I am going to put veg tan on the other side. It's going to be glued to this leather, not to this. Then we're going to stitch through both this and the veg tan so that, you know, it's reparable. You cut metal with metal that is cut to cut metal. Cut metal with metal that is cut to cut metal. Cut metal with metal that is cut to cut metal. Cut metal with metal that is cut to cut metal. That's like a tongue twister. That's already like trippy enough. And then like, oh god, when you actually think about it, that seems kind of dangerous. I mean, I understand that they can cut with water, right? Like that sort of makes sense because like, you know, we all know about the effects of erosion and the fact that like, oh my quads, not quads. What are these? Deltoids. I'll just stay flat though. What was it? Yeah, erosion, right? So like, I'm not too weirded out by the fact that like high pressure water can just like cut through metal and anything really, anything. There's this like TikTok video or reel, Facebook reel, whatever, where this dude is like, his wife didn't believe him when he said that like you have to be very careful with the water pressure, with the pressure washer that they have because it'll cut through your hand. And she didn't believe him. So they go to the grocery store, they pick up a steak, they put it on the street, and then they just turn on the pressure washer and just go right through it like a laser. And she's just like, oh. And it's like, what did you think? He wasn't fucking lying. Okay, so I guess we could use here. Whoops, there goes that. Actually, I actually didn't set up to pick a piece of veg tan just yet, so I should do that. Oh no. Wait, plasma? Like Mega Man? Like Mega Man uses plasma blaster? That sounds scary as shit. Um that hole there. Rather that mark there, that mark there. We're 100% freehanding this whole thing. I just want this all to be like mostly okay. We're gonna have to fix this later. Because this is crooked. That's already, I can see that that's crooked. I think this one's fine. I think this one's a little crooked. Whatever. We'll figure that out later. Chicken problems. And he's gonna go to AA. Okay. Court appointed AA or just like I better fix this. What's the right side? Oh, that's right, because for whatever reason I decided this would be the side that aims that way. Okay. Also, I think I need to like carve out a little bit at a diagonal here. Because there's like sort of a, I don't know, push. Yeah. It's like a bit of a push. That'll be interesting to see if I could do that. Haha! When you eyeball these things, it gets really weird. You kind of have to be patient. And keen on details, you know what I mean? This is punching like right into this leather. I feel like I should be worried. I kind of want to watch Love, Death, and Robots again, but I feel like I can't watch it again for the first time. You know? Something about that show. I enjoy it, but I think the magic is just sort of like, yeah, you had that magic now. Can't have that magic again. Like really going in there. All right, that's fine, I guess, because we'll be punching through, but still. I I liked The Witness, not because it's nudity. I just really like The Witness, and there's like a bunch of like really fun ones in like the later seasons where it's like, oh god, the one with the three robots is kind of fun. Oh, I don't think I can carve that. Uh, the one where it's like these rats versus this extermination AI. There's so many of those stories is just like that's really good. Like they did a really good job. Um Zima Blue is a really good one too. It is. Just like that pool cleaner that decided like I'm going to become sentient. My only purpose in life was to clean the pool. And now I clean the greatest pool. Okay. What was the next step that I planned for myself? I think it's the buttons actually. I was planning on just doing glove snaps. Glove snaps in a little old place where we can snap the button. I'm sorry. In the end, all he wanted was a simple life, despite the fact that, like, he'd evolved into the greatest known, um, artist in the galaxy. So, I haven't shown you guys these. I only used this, like, maybe once or twice before. But I know I haven't shown you guys. This is the snaps. Oh wait, no, I have shown you this before. It's a button snap thing. So one side gets these. I should actually focus these here. So one side gets this, and it'll be probably this side. 1, 2, 3. Actually, huh, these are kind of big. Maybe I'll do like 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think I'll do like 1, 2. I was planning on doing 3, and then I didn't. I clearly did not like see where this was in the grand scheme of things. Okay, I guess it's 1, 2. Really, I thought that Edge Runner was fantastic, but it's a very simple story. It comes with the hole punch, right? And this is the wrong size, so it's a good thing we have our own hole punches because that one's the wrong size. You actually need like the biggest one that we have here. There are bigger ones, but my god, and even then, this one's like a little small. So we actually are gonna have to force this through. Anyway, so we're gonna need like 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these. We got the antique brass. Antique brass. I like the antique brass. I don't like shiny hardware. We need 2 of these. Actually, wait. Yeah, that's barely the size. Okay. Maybe it is supposed to be a little smaller then. But this is like... Yeah, it's ever so slightly bigger. I think this is fine because this is like too small. The one that they gave with this thing, and then it forces me to like shove. Well, actually, maybe this is for that and this is for this. All right, so I guess that's fine. Yo, what's up, Crack and Crotch? The McDonald's of Cyberpunk? Nah, no. I mean, like I understand. Like the story is very simple, right? The story in Edge Runners is actually really simple, and in fact, if you pay attention to the credits, not that a lot of people do, the beginning credits, the opening credits, um, they tell you the entire plot that's going to happen, you know, like he's going to become what he thinks he wants to be, and then it's going to leave him susceptible to like the greatest fall, but it's what he wants, and eventually society kills him essentially. A literal man made of buildings puts a gun to his head in the opening credits, and pff, right, a short web comic like that. What's up, Ren? Thank you for the lurk, Ren. Some guy used space magic to accelerate a lizard alien's evolution. Kills him, then reverses his evolution. Sometimes you just want like a nice, simple life. Sometimes you just want that nice, simple life. I don't understand why people like think that things need to change. Things don't need to change, right? I don't know. We'll use both hole punches. We'll use the smaller one for these, and we'll use the bigger one for these. Because I don't want the thing to be like too loose. You know what I mean? I'm gonna draw a line like straight down here. This is 1.5 inches wide. So I'm gonna make an arc at 1.5 inches. Or rather, at 0.75, 3/4 of an inch. We're gonna draw this line more or less to the end. To the end. Say goodbye. Sorry. To the last. I think I need the other straight edge. Hold on. Get in there. Get in there. I have another much longer ruler. As you know, it's not about the size of the ruler, it's about the motion of the commotion. What? Anyway, I don't like these bigger rulers. I think they're messy. That reminds me. I had a coworker back when I used to go to the office. They named their dog Messi after the football player. And I was just like, wow, cool, I guess. Let me just draw this line like all the way straight down. It's very light. And make sure. Hold on. It's light. Increase. Get the most light I can get. Sorry, I'm gonna switch to that light then. Mm-hmm. There we go. I changed back to the other lights type. There we go. Nice warm. Hey, what's up, Walsh? How you doing? How was your weekend? Yeah, we'll switch to that. Okay, so we want to leave a good amount of side for the stitch, so I'm going to actually measure that out now using my scratch all. Come on, a little bit wider than that. Okay. I want this to actually be like smaller so that the stitching looks more, I don't know if the term is intimate, right? But like we want it to just be like a little bit of edge dressing, more or less. I think that's a good spot there. The middle, I think, is the wrong place to take it. Like the midpoint of here and here, I think would be the wrong place to take it. So we're actually going to do this now. And the reason why we're doing this now is because I want to make sure that the buttons are clear of the stitching, because the buttons are going down first. Then we're going to glue it to the other side. Then we're going to stitch. You want your cyberpunk convoluted made up full of made up. There's plenty of made up words. There's chumba, which I learned from Total Cherries, actually comes from that shit. I hate that does that. It comes from African slang. I'd never even West African, I think it was. Okay, so that's where the stitch lines go. And that means that this, which is going to be on the other side, oh wow, it's kind of fat in it. Maybe I should clip off these edges. Can I clip off these edges? Yeah, I think I can. I think I just need like pliers to like open this up. And I can flatten this out. Because otherwise it's going to be like super fat under here. Because, wait, no. Yeah. No. No. Oh, wait. Duh. Oh, so this is the one that doesn't get shown on the other side. This one has to get shown on the other side. This has to get expressed on both sides. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Guys, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Thank you, Heather. Okay, so, duh. Big duh moment here. This has to be visible on both sides. This has to be on both sides. This is gonna be weird. This is gonna be weird. Okay, so this is the side that's on here, right? The other side has the button. Which means here, more or less, we want to be able to tell where this goes. There. Right, is that in the middle? Cool. And then another one a little bit higher up. But we're gonna punch this hole first with the smaller one. This is the smaller one. You guys can't see that. I moved the light source actually, and now it's so that the camera could be like better here, and it's not. It's not. Also, the Bobby's supposed to be behind me. Oh no, is he not behind me? He's not behind me, right? Like, oh, he is behind me. Never mind. Okay, it just happens to be that that's there. The light source looking out for my boy. Okay. Bobby's like, I'm the star here. I don't know. I don't think they were here to see you. That's probably right. Good boy. I'm agonizing over this one little thing. I like to cuff. It's a wrist cuff, not like a sadomasochist cuff. How you doing, Heather? How was your weekend? There's no dungeon office. I don't have a dungeon office. Okay, so that goes through there. Or rather, this goes through here. Okay. Alright, so that'll go through there, which means the next one should be a little further down. You know, if I had like the bright brass buttons, this I think would actually look really nice. Not saying that this doesn't, but like purple and yellow look very good in contrast to one another. Where's the other one? Okay, so we're gonna go up a little bit higher. They be that close though. Well, they shouldn't. Iron down a little bit to make a mark. Okay. Here's my punch. It's more of like a cuff that one wears over the course of the day as like an accessory. Essentially, guys, I'm just making a bunch of everyday carry stuff and I'm forcing you all to watch it. A leather studded bracelet. I don't plan to get studs for that sort of thing. I kind of hate the bedazzled look. I'm sorry. I I yeah, that's like an entire separate piece of equipment. I've been planning on getting like rivets, but that's different too. I've been planning on getting rivets, but mainly as like kind of like a thing to hold something down, more or less. But studs, that's not something I was ever planning on getting. I'm sorry, Toast. Okay, so those are gonna be there. Those are gonna be there. This is gonna get stitched in here with this orientation. But the next thing that has to happen is actually wait. Actually, the next thing that has to happen is I have to embed these buttons on the other side of this cuff. So I have to figure out where those go. I promise I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so would help if I wore it, right? So if that's there, and we have to assume that that's going to be a little flatter. We have to adjust for that. I think that this is fine. There's like a good amount of looseness because we don't want it to be too tight either because otherwise it's going to like, what's it called? I need a third person here or a second person here. I need someone here to do this. You know what? I'm going to try to do it with my nail. Here we go. All right. That's where one of the buttons goes. Ah, we'll see. You know what? I'll put the first one there. The first hole. Giggity. Put the first hole there. And see how that fits. Uh-oh, I hear the sirens. But not for me this time. What did you people do? What do you mean, you people? Shut up, Rain. No. Not that kind of cuff. Why does everybody think it's that kind of cuff? You guys know I'm not into S&M, right? And this goes through here. It's got to be stretched out a little bit because this hole is like a little too snug. They should have given me 2 punches. You punched? Did you? Are you trying to copy your bandmate? That goes through there. This gets put over here, but then we hammer it down. And then we're gonna like seal that in there. So, god damn it. So this is actually like a whole production to do. Huh. I didn't realize this had a curved surface there. I think that's for another thing entirely. All right, so here's this. Where's the other thing? This is it. Yeah, this is it. All right, so we put this here, and it actually presses this in. Let me double check. Yeah? Yeah. All right, cool. There's a visual guide. Trying to fonz it. A. All right, so that's there. So that'll be there. Right, that's the right size. which means the next one will be a little big, actually. Whatever. We'll add another button. Oh, wait, no, it's got to be a little big. That's right, because that's going to be flat. Okay, so let me put this here. These have to be, like, very, very specifically measured too, otherwise they will not work. Let me actually measure the distance between these two holes, like I should have done the first time. I probably even should have like picked a real distance, like 3/4 of an inch. Let me use this thing. Okay. Oh, it is 3/4 of an inch. That's like that's like actually a mistake. I mean, not a mistake, but serendipitous. 3/4 of an inch. A little bit more. A little bit more. Oops. I probably shouldn't have put this through already. I guess I was just getting excited. Let's there. Let's say it's there. More or less there. You know what? Measure twice, cut once. This is permanent. Oh, you guys can't even see this. You know what? It's more important that I get this right than y'all being able to see this. I'm sorry. Right around there. Hey, what's up, Olivia? Or rather, World of Olivia. How are you doing? How's everything going? How's your mom? Punch that hole through there. How has everything been? It's been a while. Hisashiburi is how they say that in Japanese. No, don't cut twice. Ah, no, don't do that. Ah, jeez. I've ruined him. I've ruined him now. Everything he's gonna make is gonna be backwards. It's like oh god, what was it? You guys ever watch Kung Pao? Enter the Fist? There's this character called Wimplo that they trained wrong on purpose as kind of a joke. So he does everything wrong. He's like the worst kung fuist over there. Your mom's better? Nice. Ah, that actually feels really good. Cause like oh my god. Oh god. Thinking of the opposite. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see, where were we? Oh yeah. We're gonna put this here. Gotta be a little bit more secure, so let me hammer that home. Okay. Every time I hammer, this thing jumps. This tray full of button snaps. And so what I should do is actually close this and take it off of the table entirely so that it doesn't end up all over the fucking floor and I spend the next 3 hours picking up little button snap pieces. That's how the button snaps work. Okay, so that's 2 things done. Third thing, we're going to glue some veg tan to the other side, and we're going to use the Sapisi veg tan. Should have put this away too. So let me go get that. Actually, I didn't have it like. Wow. Yeah, I don't have it in here. I have to go get it. Go pick up some veg tan over there. I'll be right back. Got a meeting you're gonna pay attention to? Oh no. That isn't so mean. No, no, tell them in a mean way. Be like, you're a fuck up, 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 you're especially a fuck up. I don't even know why they keep you on fucking payroll. Hmm. Let me go get that leather. Ow. Oh, my booty. So I ordered some new leather. I mentioned that earlier. It's coming from Sepisler, but there's a middleman that's like selling it. I spent like I don't know how long last night and the day before trying to figure out how and where to get leather. Oh, so this works out almost perfectly. I just cut that strip off the edge. Um, because I don't have like distribution yet, and like I'm going through all the proper channels trying to find people to sell me leather. And like I'll go to Weaver Leather Supply, and it's like I need this weight of leather. I'd like a double shoulder. Let's just get a double shoulder for now. And then as I sell things, I could buy like bigger pieces or whatever. A double shoulder is huge, by the way. A double shoulder is huge, and they just don't have any. I'm like, cool, thanks. This is great. All right, so we're actually gonna make this a little bit bigger, and then I'm just gonna carve after. I'm gonna cut out everything after the fact. I'm gonna actually cut off this end too. I also didn't set up the music thing. I'm stupid. I'm like realizing this. Like I was in such a rush today to get started, and now I have Tears for Fears, head over heels stuck in my head, and I can't play it because I'm not set up for it. Something happens, and I'm head over heels now. Cause I'm head over heels. Oh no. You ever get a song stuck in your head? You gotta play the entire song, otherwise, without that kind of closure, it stays stuck in your head. This isn't a double shoulder. This is like 2 to 5 ounce. No, sorry, 2 to 4 square feet, which I think might be mostly rump. Yo, what's up, Lincoln? Base reveal stream. You can't find cuffs for watches anymore? I mean, possibly. I don't have watches to like. Wait, hold on. Let me put this back. Now we're all talking about stuff that I've never done, right? Everybody remembers I'm new to this. I could try shit. Um, because that'll give me direction, right? Otherwise, I'll just like keep making weird things, you know. Although not weird, but like, did that hit the floor? Balls. There you are. They're not supposed to know. Well, you're World of Olivia. Aren't you a VTuber? Has it been an hour? Oh shit, it has been an hour. Also, it looks like I'm getting a message. I guess the main thing is, oh, it's not a message. It's just oh, it's this thing. Okay. I hate these bots. I hate these bots so much. Don't gatekeep anybody, Lincoln. That's not nice. It's not cool. Okay, so we need to put these aside. And I glue lamb this down. It has come far, hasn't it? But it's. I think it's pretty simple. I think the longest thing that we're gonna have to do, or I'm gonna have to do rather, is the stitching because we're going all the way around, baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is chat always so horny? He asked, knowing full well that he's partially responsible for it. Either way. I don't know why. I really enjoy 80s music. Right? I couldn't tell you why. Maybe it was because of that time I played through Vice City, right? Back when there was a good version of it out and not that weird remastered version that sucks because Rockstar doesn't give a shit. Okay. I might need to clamp this down with like some books or something. Okay. This glue actually holds fast pretty quickly, so I have to be careful with this too. I want there to be a little bit of extra space around it. Come on, come up a little bit. There we go. There we go. And I think I'm going to actually use this thing to hold it down with some weight on top of it. Like a few minutes. I think it'll be a good time for me to like catch up on chat. Lincoln likes to expose people. It's weird. I think in a previous life he was a super villain called the Exposer, which sounds real weird. For my waist. Hashtag not sponsored. To after work boners. Oh boy. Hey Lincoln, I just saw the hi. No, did I see it earlier? Oh, welcome back, Goose. They keep you on payroll because you're easy? Wait. That does sound good, Toast. You should start with that and then continue on with like more concerning things. Speed run. Just go without makeup. You don't need makeup. When you're young, you don't need makeup. Once you hit 30, though, that's when you got to start really piling it on. I'm kidding. That's a joke. I don't know if that came off as a joke, but that's a joke. That is a joke. I don't think anybody truly needs makeup. I think that people put it on because it's like a vanity thing, right? You know. And what's funny is that like I remember telling a few of my exes like, you don't need to put on makeup on the days you don't see me. Come on. You don't need to do that. Who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to impress? And she started giggling and was like, no, it's not. So clearly, at least for my exes, the makeup wasn't for me. Which, if I was a jealous type, I'd be concerned. How do I know how young you are? Um, government agents? Government agents? There's this thing that I saw the other day that's like it's like a mask that has like LED stuff in it so that you can like have it's like an LED screen so you could like turn on a thing so that you have like whatever face you want. And I think that like that would be preferable. You buy that once, you never have to buy makeup again, right? Is it as bad as Yahoo Chat? I've never been to Yahoo Chat. I'm gonna say that right now. Is Yahoo Chat bad? Should I be concerned? Should I be concerned? Should I be concerned? Aim.
Back in my day, we had aim. Kids these days don't know about the aim. They couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
All right. This actually was faster than I thought it was going to be. Or probably was faster. Here's the thing. Like these. Ooh. Could have did that too. Oh. I used to say that I was a 13 female Cali. 13F Cali. Just to fuck with people. And I still kind of do. If I see anybody do that shit, I'm like, I'm 13F Cali. Uh. Ah, yes. Because there's nothing more fun than screwing with people that are like trying to pick up children. I punch a hole through these. Head over heels now. Something's. Oh no. Okay. This is gonna be hard. I need to figure out a way to. Actually, maybe I could press this hard enough that it'll not punch through, but just sort of like leave an indentation on the other side so that I know where to punch. Nope. Good old leather. Ah, dadgummit. Sometimes I hate leather. It's just too resilient. Oh, wait, that's kind of working. Actually. I'm worried that this is like accidentally separating it too. Okay. I think that that's fine. Oops. Okay. Here's hoping. Thoughts and prayers. What am I doing? Head over heels now. You know what? That doesn't make sense. Let me just try to punch it through. Punch it through here. Actually, I think that it would make more sense to use the slightly larger one here. Just to cover our bases. Exactly. Why? What you do? What you guys doing? We're gonna get fired. Fired for what? I don't pay you guys. What would I fire you for? Can't fire you. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. It's kind of large, actually. I'm mostly stuck. Come on. Jeez. All right, now. Let's not punch through all the way. I just need this to not accidentally clip the other side. Okay. Kind of got there. Kind of got there. We're through enough. Yeah, that's the hole. All right. Let me just use my knife. No, 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 Olivia, no, no. That'll get you in more trouble than anything. That'll get you in so much trouble. You kidding? Especially with these two around. Oh no. These just. Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this. It was a good idea. It was a good idea. I swear, guys. There we go. Okay, perfect. Can this go through here now? Watch, it's like off by like a few inches. Okay. It can, but it's not great. All right, it's a little covered. We have to not have that be covered. I'm gonna cut this open, fuck it. Because I'm realizing like this will be actually covered. Jeez, pliers. Where's my pliers? Just stay stuck there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Be careful there. Okay. Just stay stuck. You can't just stay stuck. What if Olivia has things to do? What if Olivia has things to do? Okay. So my main concern now is that I'm not clearing enough of this to put this through. Oh, I'm definitely not. Oh no. Okay. Here's what I gotta do. That has to go there. Okay. I should make a big hole. Not too big, actually. But just big enough. I don't need this, actually. This punch card. I also need to make sure that, actually, I can go through here. Yeah, so I ordered leather. I think it's a PCler again, like this piece. They're good tannery. They're from Turkey. I hope they're doing okay. Considering recent world events. What else? I ordered navy blue, and I ordered copper, which their copper looks really nice. So it's gonna be coming here soon. The navy blue is for a specific project that I have in mind, as a gift to somebody. Should still have extra, but I didn't buy a lot. I can always buy more later. And then the copper is, for wallets, and they're both like wallet. If that makes any sense. Okay, so that goes there. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm a genius. I'm a genius forever. All right. I wanted that to be a little bit more flush, and it is. Great. That's amazing. I did it. I did it. I'm a genius. Okay, we're going to do the other hole now. Now that we figured out the way that this works. In fact, that probably flattened that a little bit. I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, I'm not even doing this on screen. Cool, cool. I'm a genius, guys. I swear, I just don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, just gonna try to cut out a little hole here. It's not that much larger than the I also didn't post pictures of the wallet onto social media yet. Because I wanted to wait until I got my burnishing gum here so that I could like burnish the edges properly and then post a nice picture of it. Catch up on chat. I know I've been ignoring chat for a bit. You'll be back later? Okay. Hey, what's up, War? How you doing, dude? Welcome back. Hope your weekend's been good. And we'll be here, Olivia. We'll be here. We'll be here. We'll be here. Thank you for swinging by, though. Lincoln streams on occasion. He streams on occasion. How you doing, War? You got stuck while getting... Oh, no. No, don't say that to these guys. Lincoln still streams on occasion. He streams like some Remnant. He streams some of the Game of Controversies. He still streams. He still streams. I'm gonna put these buttons in last, mainly because they're gonna prevent me from doing the the other things that I want to do, such as the edge. Now that this is like mostly dry, I can like carve off this edge. Right. So, oh yeah, we should do these edges, these sides first. Let me put this hammer down. And make sure I'm caught up with chat. I mean, like, I'm not touching that game, you know. I don't even like to mention it. Rich was telling me it already cost him like viewers and friendships, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I have no attachment to that whole series, so I'm just gonna steer clear of it because like it doesn't the game itself is meaningless to me. You know what I mean? So fuck it. I'm not touching it. I don't. You know, I never was a fan of the series, and if it upsets people, I'd rather not be party to that. You know what I mean? I just want good vibes. That's all I want, guys. If we could have good vibes forever, right? Without the use of like, oh no, wait, what? Huh? That can't be right. That can't be right. Oh my God, there's two of them too. Doan, I didn't even know you were on. Hey, what's up, Doan? How are you doing, Doan? Doan, how was your stream, dude? I didn't even know you were on. I didn't see a tweet or any. Oh my God, I must have missed everything. I was in a rush. Doan, how was your stream? What you play? I only saw like a couple of the movies and I thought that they were fine, right? Oh God, randomizer, multiplayer? I'm confused. I didn't know that there was a multiplayer mod for that. I didn't know you could play that game multiplayer. Either way, guys, if you haven't already, I don't know how many times I gotta say this. You better go get over in his channel and give him a follow. All right? I don't know why I'm slapping my hand with this hammer, but if that helps to motivate you. I'm kidding. Hashtag channel gone. So I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I actually do not like the N64 Zeldas. War, are you getting enough sleep, by the way, War? I know that you like enough rest, I should say. I know that you work a lot. It's lot it's a lot of fun. It sounds chaotic, right? I So I was talking about this like months ago, but I guess I could say it again, right? Like I'm not a huge fan of the N64 Zeldas. I played one of them once way back in the day. I tried playing them on my GameCube, my GameCube. Didn't enjoy them then either. I don't know. It's like a personal preference. My favorite Zelda is the one on the Super Nintendo. Nintendo. You know, like I feel like that was the perfect one. And they kept making more because of course they had to. It makes money. It makes the money. You know? And I especially greatly dislike Majora's Mask because the timer. It's the timer. It really is just the timer. I hate being told that I have to like hurry up and finish something within a short period of time. I really hate that shit. What am I crafting today? Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm making a cuff, a leather cuff for myself. Right? Uh-oh. Is that too long? Huh. I guess we're finding out that that's too long. Maybe I should have made that a little shorter. I'm making a leather cuff for myself, part of my EDC. You know, we'll work that out. We'll work that out. That'll get worked out. Making myself a leather cuff. Makes sense that that would be too long, actually. Huh. Whoopsie-doo. Oh, well. Because years ago, I received this charm, and it was on a leather bracelet. And that leather bracelet, I was worried I was going to lose it all the time because the connections and everything were just so shoddy. So we're going to embed it here, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be great. It's going to be there. I'm going to stitch it on there, and I'm going to be able to wear it again. without having to worry about it falling off, because that was my main concern. I wore it like twice outside of the house and I was just like, I think this is going to fall off and I'm never going to see it again. And I know it was kind of pricey. So like, I didn't want to lose it. You know what I mean? You just had a week off. Nice. Did you go back to, what was it? Canadius? Or did you go someplace else? Or did you just stay home and just like veg? But yeah, that's all that I'm doing today. Well, not all that I'm doing. I might play a game later. Who knows? Who knows, guys? Oh, but for those of you that are just joining us, I'm Dick Record, also known as Dick Record. Doing a lot of Leathercraft streams as of late. Need to be careful. I'm accidentally shaving off the edge there. I don't mean to be doing that. As well as playing a bunch of video games. Like we're currently working on Persona 5, and we have been for the past decade. Persona 5 Royal, I should say. As well as Bioshock, and I need to get the other ending for GTA 4, otherwise Nico is sad forever. I'm sorry, Nico. You deserve better, my lad. Oh, Netflix and chill. Ooh, what's their name? I'm kidding. Unless, okay, so, and then we're just gonna go across here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go across here, but I want to make sure that this is what's it called? I have all these tools on here and they're getting in the way. A perfect 90-degree angle, so let me clear some of the stuff off the thing. God damn it. I hate that everything is here now. Hold on. It's actually frustrating. Gotta take care of some. Yeah, no. Thank you for the raid, by the way. I totally understand. Make sure you get some food in you. Make sure you hydrate properly. Make sure you do a lot of post-stream care, right? If that involves, like, you know, going to the bathroom, please void your bowels, sir. What the hell is wrong with me? Ah, fucking A, I'm sorry, everybody. I just told a man to go take a nice dump. Listen, these things happen. All right. Something happens and I'm head over heels. I'm head over heels. Sorry, it's stuck in my goddamn head. All right, we're gonna cut this here. Oh, take a drink. I got you, Shabazz. Hold on. Thank you, by the way. There was very little coffee in there. That doesn't count. Thank you. Also, this is a good time for me to tell everybody, right? Make sure you're drinking plenty of water, guys. Because our bodies fucking need that shit. You know that, right? I wanted to cut from here, but like these buttons are in the way. These buttons! Ah. You know, the only reason I forgive them is because I know I put them there for a reason. They're there to be embedded. So, and we're gonna use our. Did I put it away? There was an all one here. Okay. Might have. Well, here's one. The pointy one. This is the pointy one. All right. So we're gonna use the grid. The grid. To mark here. And that's in the way. Cool. I'm not doing this on camera. To mark here. To mark here. I wish I could draw straight lines. We're just gonna cut across there after flipping this over. That doesn't feel right. Hold on. Oh, I guess it's about right. It's about right. It's not right, though. I fucking knew it felt weird. All right, here we go. We'll cut across there. And that'll be mostly where it needs to be. I can't drink beer. I want beer. Can't drink beer right now. It's not a good time for beer. At least not for me. Is it Desperados? Is it Desperados? Fucking missed that beer, man. I think you're the only person here. Hey, what's up, Mike? Thank you for the lurk. I think you're the only person here, War, who knows Desperados beer. I think you're the only person. Oh man, I don't know, man. Like I miss that shit, you know. I should curve all the edges. This is trash. I had to throw that out. Or just soften them with like a. Maybe I don't need to. The problem that I'm having right now, right, is I'm thinking about like how to like round all the edges, and I'm not great at it. You know what I mean? So like that's the issue. That's the main issue. We'll worry about that later. Let me put in some grooves. Grooves in the heart. Sorry. Who is messaging me? I don't give a shit. Delivered, yes. Oh god. Let's see, we'll put this here. And we need... What am I doing? I don't need that. I need this. We're making the grooves. Grooves in the heart. Oh, I should drop this first. Oh, alright, you know what? That's trash. You can go in the trash. Or on the floor. Should I? I probably should, right? I probably should do that stitching. No. Getting ahead of myself. This probably should actually be placed aside for the time being. So that one custody gives you some Rebel Red Ale. Oh. Don't think I've heard of that one. How was it? You finished Desperate. Oh. Rub it in. I missed that shit. Like, I thought that was one of the best beers that I had, mass produced at least, over in Spain. It tastes real good when you take like a lime and you put it in there and then you hold it upside down and let it like infuse. It tastes really good after you do that. Like really, really good. Like Corona ain't got shit on it, boys and girls. Man. Miss that shit. One of the few things I miss from Spain. It's a fun trip, but I don't think I need to go again. $2 minutes? It takes you 2 minutes to get there? Rub it in. Rub it in. Rub it in. Rub it in. I'm sorry. My god. Oops. That skipped a little bit. Actually supposed to pull this off to cut. Shit. I think I'm supposed to pull this off to cut. There we go. I kind of lost the depth there, but I think I can like fix that. There we go. Oh, it feels so good when your tools are sharp and they just pass right through. Exactly. You're supposed to want them to. Feels so good. Feels so good. Look at that. Oh, these lines, they're perfect. They're exactly what I want them to be. Beautiful. Molto bene. Eh, I was looking to see where I could get Desperados in the US. I should aim this at my face. I was looking to see where I could get Desperados in the US, and like, there's nobody that distributes it in the United States, or even like in Canada, which is like moderately close. So I just cannot have Desperados. Ah, Dios mío. Dios deal. Oh, shit, 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 shit. I feel like I'm putting like too much pressure on this, and I feel like I should relax a little bit. Oh shit. Skipped a little. Be careful there. You don't want to hit your thumb while you're doing this. No, pull it. Oh, Jesus Christ. You don't want to hit your thumb when you're pulling this, because you could like jump the groover. Okay. Hmm. I don't plan on doing the backside. Like, this backside is fine. Rebel Ale, nice cussy, give you some. Wait, you have customers just giving you free beer? Fucking hell. My God. I want free beer from my job. I don't have a job. I want a job that gives me free beer. I should get a job. Let me take this out. I'm gonna touch up 2 spots here. Probably don't need to, and I'll probably screw something up in attempting this, but there we go. Okay. Ever so slightly. Just scrape off a little. Perfect. Done. And a little bit here. Oh, you probably couldn't have seen that last thing because I didn't keep that on camera. I am the worst streamer, guys. I don't even know why y'all watch me. I flub up left and right. Okay. We're gonna do stitches all around there. Was that too high? Oh my God. That might have been too high for that to be visible. I'm gonna do stitches all around this thing with a nice contrasting gold. We're gonna do a gold stitch so that it contrasts with the purple. I think it's gonna look really nice. They are what are called contrasting colors, right? So you got that gold, you got that yellow, you got that purple. It's gonna look real good. Pardon me. Actually, before we even do that, I'd do the edges. Whoops. That's why I took this out. Or that's why I was about to do this. And do the edges. You gotta hit this shit with the edge beveler. Every step that I take here, I just get closer and closer to ruining the whole thing. So we can use this one. This is the fattest one. Go down. It's a very sharp tool. Yeah, you're your own you're your own company now, right? More, if I remember correctly. Let me close this knife. Shouldn't just leave your blades open. Also, should try to be less clumsy than me. I think that's a very good thing to be, less clumsy than Dick. If everyone could be further away from Dick in terms of clumsiness, that'd be great. Hey man, customer service will get you like really far in the customer service business, right? You know what I mean? Like, some people don't appreciate it, but some people like really appreciate when like you are willing to go that extra mile to make them feel like you're really taking care of them, right? One of the reasons why I can't do customer service jobs is, one, like I'm very bad with customers, but two, and I think this is one of the reasons why like a lot of customer services jobs just don't want to hire me, is because I have this philosophy where if you're there to take care of a customer, You want them to leave feeling like they got exactly what they wanted, right? And that's not what your boss wants to hear. Your boss wants to hear, oh yeah, that you upsold them on everything and you sold them some extra shit. And I'm just like, well, what if they didn't want to come here for all that extra shit? You know, and that's why these places don't want to fucking hire me. Anyway, I should also glue several layers of scrap leather together to make a punch mat. I really should. Because I feel like if you build a better relationship with the customer, right, you'll get a lot of return business. But I don't think my bosses wanted to hear that. Ah, buttery smooth. Buttery smooth. Oh, that feels so good. Oh, that feels so good. Just right out there. Oh, such a nice line, too. That's even better line than I got with my wallet. Okay. That was not as good. That's because this is a smaller area. You can't really lean into that as much. You know what? I'm going to leave these corners pointed. Fuck it. Let's see how that looks. I like pointed corners. I like edges. I'm not an edge lord, but I like these things, so fuck it. Leaving them on. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, it looks so good. Just keep going, just keep going. Uh-oh. I might need to strop again. Little. See, you're building bridges there. Oh no! Is that... War, I just realized. You're Death Stranding. Ah! I'm kidding. You ever played Death Stranding? You'd probably appreciate it more now that you're in your business, you know? Now that you're doing what you're doing, you'd probably appreciate it a lot more. Just building bridges. Oh god, I'm sorry. I remember when that game first got revealed. People were like, alright, Kojima, real funny. Okay, that's real cute. And then like when it came out, it was like in the middle of a pandemic and people were like, huh. This is where we are right now. Like this is where society is. You got this one dude traversing this infected wilderness trying to deliver packages because of DoorDash. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm not going to do the groove on the other side. I don't think there's a point to it, but we are going to punch through all around on this groove, and then do the stitching in gold. I think that's going to look really good. I think it's going to look really good. I keep saying that, but girl, you know it's true. Ooh, 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 poo, poo. What? Like this little bit of looseness here. That'll probably get taken care of when I hit it with the gum tragicant. Or sorry, the tokenode. When I burnish the edges. I feel like this shrank the inner lining. Maybe it did. I don't know. Anyway. It's gonna go there, so let me... You should definitely play Death Stranding, by the way. And that goes for like all of y'all. And if you had an Epic Games, if you have a gaming PC and you had an Epic Games account, during Christmas time last year, during the holiday season last year, I should say, they gave that game away for free. And it's an amazing game. I think right now it's on sale for PS4, PS5 for like $20-$30. Well, you're in Europe, so it's different sales. But it's this weird commentary on like just everything and how like Kojima thinks we're due for an extinction event, which I actually thought, yeah, no, I was thinking that like years ago because I remember finding out about extinction events and how like they sort of happen every couple 10,000 years or so, usually to the dominant species on the planet, and like we're just overdue for one, but whatever. Uh, like we're overdue for one, but whatever. Sure. Let me punch these holes. Oh, I got you, Lincoln. No, Death Stranding. Thank you, Lincoln. Death Stranding. It's that Hideo Kojima game where you're playing as Norman Reedus and you're just delivering packages across the wilderness that is America in the grim dark future. Let me dimension some things. That's perfect. This is the perfect dimension here. Actually, you know what? It's a little bit off. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to use the 2 for here. Because I want this corner right here to be perfectly in the middle. In the middle. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Okay. That's much closer to the stitching than I thought it was going to be. I screwed it up a little bit, but you know what? It's going to look good. It's going to look good regardless, especially because the stitching is going to be recessed because we carved the groove in there. But yeah, it's like this. It's a walking simulator essentially. The main character, Sam Porter Bridges, is a delivery man that's just delivering stuff across the United States to other outposts after an almost catastrophic world-ending event made it so that much of the United States is like kind of flat. Not flat, but like dead. It's weird. Oh, it's such a good game though. Highly recommend it. So as I do more and more of these projects, well, yeah, you start off at one location, you pick up packages to then deliver to another location, and then you follow what the map says, blah blah blah, right? Um, and that's like the majority of the game. In between certain areas, there's like things that might happen, like let's see, there's this antagonist named Higgs who does not want anything to like. I'll be perfectly honest. A lot of the story is just sort of like right over my goddamn head. Higgs, he's just like he seems to not want society to be around anymore. Kind of a jerk. Kind of a jerk. Kind of a troll too. He'd bit too much of a troll actually. Um, but he seems to be very anti-society. He thinks he's the Joker. He's like, we live in a society. And there's these monsters made up of like black goo. And I forget why they're made of black goo. But it's fine. You deal with them. You have special piss. God, that sounds so weird when you say it out loud. You have special piss that can deal with them. So you throw jars of piss. You have special blood. So you fire off your blood. Because you're a special boy. That's why you're the protagonist. And you have big protagonist energy. That's what I'm doing wrong. This stuff all needs to be over to the side. It's here. Because this should be more centered. I gotta be better at filming these things. I also should get like better stitching chisels. 5 good hits should put it through. Perfect. This leather's a lot softer than the other ones that I've worked with before. Not as thick, so despite the fact that there's a glue layer, seems to be working all right. Always got to check though between before you take it out, right? To make sure that it did go through, because starting up against pain. But it's such a good game. And if you were collecting your Epic Game Store games during the holiday season, you would have gotten it for free. Otherwise, it's usually on sale a lot. There's like a director's cut version too that they released. I didn't even think that they were going to do that, and now they're getting a sequel because of course they are. And I think they want that to be like the big flagship series of Kojima Productions. Uh-oh, it's a little off. Gotta be careful there. It's gotta go in the groove. In the groove. Okay, shit's falling. Alright, let me put some stuff over here. Don't need that. Oh wait, did that go through? Did it go through? Okay. You know, it's weird. I'm actually kind of excited for this leather to get here. They just shipped it today even. Which is odd, or they created a shipping label. So I guess they're working today. I don't think they're actually going to send it out. Or even be able to, simply because, you know, holiday weekend, at least in the US. But I'm legitimately excited to work with it. Navy blue and copper. It's like a russet color, you know. Really, again, really looking forward to it. And creating some nice, I guess the term is everyday carry, right? Should probably do this corner first. Everyday carry stuff. See if we do this side. Let me do this corner first. Oh, I forgot to mention. Now that I've been like stitching for a while, or rather working on stitching for a while, I've kind of developed like a sense to like where to place the things so that we make somewhat symmetrical stitches, because you kind of want symmetry here. This is the place where you want symmetry, right? The stitches. Like right here, 4 and 4 on this side, and then there's like it's like wide enough where it's, I think, okay. To just like, you know, leave that alone. Kind of got the munchies. What time is it? It's 5? All right. Take a short break at 5. Maybe have something to eat. Probably should have checked that before I pulled that out. All right, so. That didn't really go all the way through. Let me just punch that again. Okay. So what we're going to do on the other side is actually follow the same way down here. That way we can like try to mimic and make it symmetrical for this side and this side. We're going to try. We're going to try. There's no promises. We're just going to chisel all the way down. That's all. I should also say happy little trees every once in a while, because I think that people find that comforting. So happy little trees. If you like to smoke them, I hope you smoked as much as you need. There we go. I tried an edible before watching Quantumania, and it did not work. I don't think I took enough. I think I need to take like 10 milligrams. Obviously I don't have any edibles in me right now. I don't want to be like at all draggy when I'm working with tools, especially while I'm still new to them, and I don't have that sort of what's it called? Familiarity with them yet, you know? But yeah, like the entire time I was watching that movie, I was like, this shit it ain't working. But we're still experimenting with edibles, so I was talking to a friend of the channel, Nork Mommy yesterday, and she was like, "You, like, I at the very least need 10. 7.5, which is the dosage per edible, is not going to be enough for me. So you should probably try 10. It was your first time though. Well, she's calling what she said. She was asking me if it was my first time. I was like, yeah, it's my first time. I wanted to be careful, you know. But yeah, it didn't enhance the experience of Quantumania at all. Quantumania was fine though. Um, like I enjoy the fact that they're trying to introduce like a big bad like Kang into the Marvel universe, solely so that they have, you know, an overarching villain that's like somewhat on the level of Thanos, right? A guy that could just move through time, a guy that has all these existences through time. I saw that falling too. Put my blade over here. And like I'm kind of excited to see that, right? It's not making me like go like, oh man, I can't wait to see the next Marvel movie though. Like I still kind of don't give a shit. Ooh, pardon me. War, you have a great night, okay? I'll catch you next time, all right, my man? Have a good night. Sweet dreams, plenty of rest. And make sure you take care of yourself because I know that your job is very strenuous. Very, very, very strenuous. I probably couldn't do your job. I mean, perfectly honest. I am terrible at lifting things up and putting them down. Everybody knows that. That's why I'm here. But yeah, you have a good night, okay, dude? Have sweet dreams of grapes. This is grape colored. It's grape flavored. No, it's not. It's not grape flavored. Imagine if it was grape flavored though. Shut up, brain. Why does my brain think these things? But yeah, I to be perfectly honest. Like there's a thing that happens at like post credit sequence for Quantumania. It was just like, oh man, I'm kind of here for it. I do want to see where this Kang thing goes. You know what I mean? Although my only concern with Kang is the fact that they left his name Kang. Like they tried to go around it occasionally, right? By calling him the Conqueror. But my god, like it's such a dumb name. Um Also, like say that might spoil some shit. Never mind. This to here. One more. I think that this is too big for, yeah. So, oh, but we can get like one between them. There you go. Stitching chisel stuff is not an exact science. You just kind of like try to do the best that you can. And ultimately, it will just work out in the end. Like many things in life, I guess. I should bevel the edges here. I'm realizing I should do that before I stitch the backside. And we're going to use a slightly smaller edge beveler, so I'm going to have to change out the head. Head? The head? I really wish this thing... Hey, what's up, Shabazz? I really wish... Thank you, by the way. I really wish this camera would focus better. I really, really wish it would focus better. We're going to use this one. This is the smallest I have. I know that these have like numbers associated to them, but they're not like printed on them at all. Like some of them are called 4, 5, 6, 7, you know, and it's like it can't be millimeters because they're too small for even millimeter sizes, you know. Let's see. I'm probably overdoing it by hitting it with the sand sponge because this is like actual sand. It's a type of sandpaper, but it's meant for like light detailing on cars. Sand sponge. You actually pick these up at auto supply store, or you can buy them from like modeling shops, you know. A lot I'm finding out about like any sort of craft is that you need to like make sure that your tools are rip roaring, good condition, ready to go. Because a tool in bad condition is actually real dangerous. Real dangerous, you know? You want your tools to be in good condition, you don't want them to fail on you during the middle of anything. Okay, so let's do this edge beveling. Ooh. Oh, it's so good. 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 Baby, it's so good. That's the exact opposite of that lyric. Oh well. Changed it for the better. Christ. These buttons are not helping. Ah, but I had to do them first. We had to do them first. Because I needed them to be embedded. Wait, I should drop this again, actually. Okay. Slowly. Oh, probably shouldn't have picked that up. I probably should have just dragged that across. Whatever. I don't see that side. It's okay. It's okay. Life's little foibles. Life's little foibles. Oh god, this is like that's what's causing a bump there. Um, Feels so nice though when it goes so smoothly. Oh my god. I recognize that if I bought like better quality tools, I didn't know at the time. I bought my stuff. I was just like, nah, here we go. Everything's in there. Cool. I'll take one of everything in the box, please. Cool. You know, seemed like a good starter kit, and I'm realizing yes, it's a good starter kit. But if you want to like have like really good equipment, which I do, look for some new ones. Um, quarters releasing through Buckle Guy. Stitching chisels? Like they're designed by Quarter, and then Buckle Guy is like having them manufactured. They look really good, and I don't know if they're out yet, but I think I might want to upgrade to those. I'm hoping it's just a set because like I would need like all new ones anyway. What's funny is that like there's multiple sizes of stitching chisel. Like there's not just like I don't even know what millimeter distance that is between these these prongs is. I don't know what the distance is, but I know that there's like 4, 5, and 6 millimeter distances, you know? And so knowing that, it's like, well, Shiza, now I need my other. Where did I put it? There you are. This is probably going to be the longest piece of thread that I ever use here, ever. And part of me thinks I should like do this in 2 parts, but I'm going to attempt, it's probably going to be a mistake, to do it with one single thread all the way through all of these holes that I'm widening out with my awl right now. Is that a mistake? Probably. But when we make mistakes, that's how we learn, you know? Failure is the best teacher. Every time I've succeeded, it's because I've failed in the past. So you shouldn't fear failure, right? You should sort of embrace it. It's a lesson. The first time I went to a big HeroClix tournament. HeroClix is this miniature game with superhero properties like Superman and Batman, X-Men, right? First time I went to a big HeroClix tournament, it was an ROC, Realms Open Championship. You know, they were playing for, there was like a pot based on you know, money that was collected for the entries, right? And I remember my first opponent was someone whose name I already knew because he was one of the best players in the game, recognized as one of the best players. And I was like, well, shit. And he was playing the top most powerful thing you could play at that time, which was the Avengers Quinjet. Um, and what the Avengers Quinjet does is it just gets free figures out of nowhere. It just gets them for free. And like you just have to know all the steps. But my god, when I first played against him, playing the best thing you could play in the format, one of the best players in the game, he whooped my ass. But I paid attention to like everything he did. Because each time he like did something, it was like it felt bad watching my pieces just like one by one just die and then he would pass turn. Just like outright he would one shot them. But then I realized after the fact, like, wait a minute, he did that not knowing how long lived any of my figures were. He just kind of made an assumption and he was right. There were things that he was like teaching me. He didn't know it. And I didn't know it either until I like reviewed it all in my head. I reviewed it over and over and over again. Not because I was like ruminating and like fuming. I was like god damn, he's one of the best players and he beat me with one of the best things. What did you learn? And it greatly informed what I took to my next tournament. Thankfully nobody was playing that stupid Quinjet. You know, we got there late. We made everybody wait. Sorry, that rhymes. We were like on the way. We got stuck in traffic. We called ahead. We were just like, we're running late. We're on the way. We got 4 players here. You know, got there late. And in a massive upset, I won the entire thing. I won a case of the next set, which was Superior Foes of Spider-Man. They just like mailed it to my house. A whole ass case. Right? Just a whole ass case. They just mailed it to my house. That was the prize. That was top prize included. And there was a map, and I was automatically qualified for Worlds. And it was just like, this is my second tournament, and I beat all these other incredible players. He didn't show up that time. He wasn't there. The next time I played him, though, it was down to the wire, but I did beat him. But I told him before we even played, like, you know, like, I actually wanted to thank him because, like, he essentially, in a way, he taught me. He's like, I must have been, like, such a jerk. I was like, no, you weren't. You were actually very, very, very kind the entire time. He even could tell that, like, I was a little bummed out that I lost so badly, but, like, you know, that was because, like, the ego is wounded, but the ultimate lesson was just like, you know, take what he's doing as a lesson, you know, learn from it, and then grow from there. I think we could actually put this in first. Okay, come on. Don't do this. Ah! Did the leather absorb a lot of glue? I hope not. If the leather absorbs like a ton of glue, it might like warp. Okay, we might have to redo these here because they're not like fully. Let me do the stitches. Let me actually take a break. Right? Let me take a break. I think this is a good time for a break. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna refill my water. Right? And come back, do some shout outs, right? So yeah. Where's my pen? There's my pen. So I'll be right back, I promise. Don't go anywhere. I shall return momentarily. Now is a good time for all of y'all, in fact, to take a break, right? If you can. Grab some have something to eat, drink something, you know, make sure you've got plenty of fluids. Stretch. I'm gonna stretch too. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. I'm gonna stretch enough. Because like my butt hurt. My butt hurts. Alright, so 220. My butt hurt. Alright, so we'll be right back. We'll be right back. Some of y'all are gonna get ads, you know. But I promise we'll be back. Because we gotta finish this. I'm gonna finish this today. Do all this stitching. Oh my god, there's gonna be a lot of stitching. Be right back. I'm not stalling to, in fact, I'm actually changing the time on here. Alright. There's something wrong with me. I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. I have to do this every time? Oh, that's so stupid. Apply. Okay. Okay. All right. Shit. Okay. So here we are. We're making a cuff for myself, for my EDC, because I wanted to use this charm that I have from another piece of jewelry without losing it. I was always worried that I would lose it. So we have this much of the cuff done, actually. We got to put some buttons here so that this can be worn as a cuff. I have to secure these, but I'm going to do that after we do the stitching around here, right? We're going to use a nice golden thread, which I'm going to dig out now. Because I said so. Anyway, this is the gold. It's a different color than this. Actually, now that we have this here, let me switch this to that. Make it a little brighter. Make that a little brighter. Okay. The glare is bad. Glare is still bad. Gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna use this one. Where's my thread? I mean, sorry, there's my thread. Where's my needles? Okay, so this is a long one, right? Like this is really long. Actually, hold on. Before I do anything, let me secure some of these pieces before I fucking lose them. So we're going to. Oh, get out of there! Get out of there! You no, screw you, screw you. Okay, let me secure some of these things before I lose them to the carpet. Okay. I feel like that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm ready to do the stitching. Do the stitching. Okay. Oh, that's right. So I was going to measure this. Apparently, you got to measure this and then multiply by 2.5. So the amount of stitching that you need to do, right? So let's see. figure 1, 2, right? Because he's got to be like 1. A little bit less. But I'll count them as 1. And then this will probably be like another 1.5. It's always better to overestimate than underestimate. So that's like 3.5 plus like 11 times 2. All right, so let's do it this way. 12. This is 12. Sorry, it's not on the screen. Let's do it this way. So this is 1, this is 11, so that's 12. 12, 24 plus 1.5, that's we'll round that up to 2. 26. 26 inches of thread. And it's probably a mistake to do it all in like one thing, but fuck it. So this is, sorry. I usually like to guesstimate this too. And again, we're overestimating. This is 24. So this additional length is probably good enough, right? Worst comes to worst, we could just like start over again. Not start over, but like start from a new spot. Because the thing with saddle stitches that like you can always finish and then come to another part of it, right? Oh, it's 2.5. So hold on, 26 times 2.5. Oh, I'm stupid. I almost screwed that up. Calc. 26 times 2.5. 65. We need 65 inches. Woohoo! What's up, Toast? You're listening to a video about feudalism and how it actually died in 2008. The same guy? What? That's confusing. That is confusing as shit. Okay, so we need like 65 inches. So that's like this 5 times at the very least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Make it 6. We'll make it 6. Because 6 times 12 is like, well, 5 times 12 is 60. This is 72. Cut this at an angle. I'll put this over here. Okay. Where's my medals? Here. Life evolved. What? Oh god. Can you imagine just like you're listening to a history podcast and suddenly they get into like eugenics on Dune and it's like, wait, what? You do? Yo, this fucking family of I don't know the families in Dune. I'm sorry. I was about to try to make like a reference to Dune and I was like, I don't know the families. Am I kidding? I have a feeling that this stitching will take like the rest of the stream. So if not more than that. So you know, let's all gird in. I'm gonna start from the middle of the cuff too. And I'm gonna take out that thing for the time being. Oh, that went right in. Just buttery smooth. I really need to find a good leather supplier though. Like my temporary leather supply needs are being met, but like eventually I want to be at a point where like I can order a whole ass hide and then like have something to do with it. You know what I mean? And also that'll allow me to like make bigger things like the bags that I was talking to you about. Okay, so we punched all these things on both sides, so let's actually start from here. Oh, it's a good time to be wearing my glasses. My glasses. Not that I need them. Didn't I punch this hole bigger on this side? Come on. Oh, what are you doing? I was about to say game, what are you doing? But it's not a game. It's real life, son. Nano machine, son. God, this is gonna be so long. Okay. And each one's gonna be like this, so each one's gonna be like this where I pull it down, put it through, pull through, pull through. Come on. I just punched these holes. Pull through. Oh geez. Can't have that in there. There is a way to like there's a method rather to stitch these things where you actually make both sides there's a knot that you make on both sides. I'm not doing that. I'll tell you that right now, guys. I am not doing that. Pull that tight, pull this through. That tight, pull this down. These are some long ass stitches. I should have cleared my table while I was taking a bit of a break. I started to clear it off too. A few things, but pull that through, pull that tight. You know, and as much as like it would probably make things a lot faster, I don't think I'm ever gonna want to like get a stitching machine. You're going out. I thought you went out the other day. No? What do you mean gone out? What do you mean first time gone out in months? I thought you went out the other day. No? Oh, for lunch. Wait, you're having lunch now? Or you mean the other day you went out for lunch? Tight. So there's gonna be this is gonna stick out on this side because we didn't cut the groove, but I also don't want to cut a groove on that side. Personally, we're experimenting. My bad. Go, go, go. Like, oh, someone's gonna party. Someone's gonna party. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't get too drunk. Oh, I've never been to one of those. I probably mentioned that in the past. I've never been to one of those. Um, never really been interested in it either. I really wish I could get this camera to focus better. So your buddy's gonna stay sober? All right. Listen, it's probably better. That's probably the best way to actually go to one of those things if you stay sober, because I know the talent there is gonna want to try to talk you into making extra purchases that will cost a lot. Will cost a lot. I ever tell you that every time I start this, it always feels like I don't have enough thread? Because it doesn't feel like I have enough thread here. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, like, I'm not a huge drinker, right? I'm not a huge drinker. I don't really see the point of it. But my friends like to go out occasionally to a bar, and it's just like, I guess there's only one thing you can do at a bar, right? It ain't flirt with the fucking people there, because these are all just like middle-aged dudes. They're hideous. I don't like them. So, I just like, hell, half the time that they're like, hey, let's go to a bar, I'm just like, I don't want to go to a bar. You guys have fun, like, you guys enjoy. I'm not gonna make it. You know, I'm realizing I probably should have did like 2 stitches here and here to keep this side down. No, it's all glued. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What am I talking about? I'm getting paranoid. Yeah, which are probably better for you, all things considered. Like, I mean, alcohol is like does some bad shit to your liver, man. So you're probably better off with. You should tell them to serve edibles there. I'm kidding. Imagine you go to a strip club and they have edibles, and it's just like, yeah, I get some of the one that like makes you fucking. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Unless, but yeah, booze is like I don't know. I mean, all these things cost like a lot of money. So like, me as someone who's like on a limiteder budget, I try not to. But even then, I never really liked booze. I never really liked the sensation of being drunk, right? I don't like being in a state where like my control of myself is inhibited. Not because I find myself unable to control myself, but because like I like being in control of myself. Maybe I'm a bit of a control freak, who knows? But you said- I mean that's fair. Have you ever mixed the edibles with booze? I don't know how that would work, right? Like that's also like a concern. Like I'm sure it's fine, like there's no worry about like there being I'm not worried about there being a reaction. You know what I mean? I'm just worried about like the sensation. Crossfaded. Oh. But it's like two types of intoxication happening at the same time. That's got to be weird, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking out my ass, ladies and gentlemen. Crap. I don't know why. I have this Ayumi Hamasaki song stuck in my head. Trying to remember what the name of the song is too. I think it's Friend 2, which is weird because like there's a song called Friend on her first album, and then on the same first album, there's Friend 2, and it's like you can't just make a sequel to a song already. Oh shit. Oh shit. There we go. Wasn't paying attention. I think it would be a bit much for me, honestly. Like it sounds like too many things at once. The amount of glue I put on here might not have been enough because it is like separating along this edge. And that's not great. That's why you put glue on both sides. I was supposed to put glue on both sides. I've been not doing that, and you're supposed to. I'm supposed to like hammer it. I didn't do that either. I thought we pressed it, so like I thought it was fine. Jesus. All right, so it's not fully. All right. Now we learned. This is how we learn. We make mistakes. Put glue on both sides, like I have been in the past. Oh God. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you're being a tourist in New York City, go to the expensive bars, right? How many times are you gonna come to New York? But if you're just like a locals like myself, we'll just go to like dive bars, It's just like, yeah, I'll get the well whiskey, and then run up a tab on like well drinks, and then like, be like, all right, was that 25? Cool. See you later. Here's 35. Keep the change. I mean, I gave you a very specific amount. I guess I didn't have to say keep the. You know what? I'm drunk. Stop questioning me. You're not my real dad. Sort of stumble out there, find the closest diner and or IHOP. Go to one. Fill yourself up with greasy food, and then Get your ass home on the train. How much for a wristband like that? I couldn't tell you. I honestly couldn't. Because like, I don't have a pricing structure. You know what I mean? I don't even have like, well, I do have leather coming in. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. Right? It's really just like a function of labor. And like right now I'm considering myself like amateur labor. The real thing is like I need to work on it. But like cuz if I do it as a function of like my current god. I don't know if I've told you like I have like this absorbent rate as a freelancer because I'm an architect. But likely I don't charge that for this, right? My hourly rate as an architect, if I've never told you guys, and it's a silly number, but it's actually based on like my research. It's actually 107 an hour. Now obviously I just jammed that into my thought. Woo! Wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. No blood. No blood. We're fine. Or maybe we're not. Maybe we're crafting a cursed cuff bracelet. Shabazz, you have a good evening, okay? No, no, Feels, don't. I can't do that. I can't do that to you. Shabazz, you have a good night, okay? You have sweet dreams of gummy bears. Gummy bears. I like gummy bears. I don't eat them that much though because my god, I will make a bag disappear. I will make a bag disappear. Feels I can't just do that. I can't just do that. By the way, I saw the message. I don't know. Besides, do you even? What is this for? What is this for? Is this for you? For you? I didn't. I don't have. Like I was thinking like earlier. Like okay, so if I'm gonna make a watch cuff, right? I need to order. I don't have a through line for the watch stuff. You know what I mean? The what are they called? The buckles. I'd probably order like a single buckle from Buckle Guy. Both sides. I guess it's considered both sides. I don't know how much that's gonna cost me. To be perfectly honest, I don't have like that sort of thing. I'm not a shop yet, you know. And I'm just developing skills. Let me develop skills, then start trying. Then and plus like feels also like real talk. There'll be a point where like I'm putting stuff on the fourth wall as like you can redeem channel points for this, you know. So like you don't have to worry about spending money here, dude. You probably have some of the most amount of points of everybody here. I'm gonna say that right now. You probably have the most points of everybody here, especially since Mirage like cashed in the Brittany. I have to send you the Brittany Mirage. I love gummy bears too. Have a good night, ship pass. Oh, they're so gentle. They just want you to have a good time, and then you consume them, and I bet that puts them in like a world of pain. But fuck it. You're in my mouth now, boy. Kidding. I'm kidding. That sounds weird when I say it like that. Either way. But you're saving for first? Oh. I'm trying to deter people from saving for first. I should probably like actually change that to like a non-ridiculous amount. Yeah, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I probably should change that to a non-ridiculous amount because I know that people like to redeem first. Like actual first. Uh-oh, my cat's up. My cat's awake. I'm probably gonna have to be pulled away from this in a second. Um Free advertisement. Wait, hold on, let me catch up on chat. I kind of get into a zone with this stitching thing. I need to be better at stitching too. Like this is the thing that I need to get better at because this is taking me like a really long time. You know what I mean? And like I was watching the dude from Quarter. He was saying like they put in a special order with Riccardo. It's a tannery in Italy. Hi, Summer. They're a tannery in Italy, and they produced like this what they called a tie-dye shell cordovan. It absolutely looks kind of nutty. I'm not like a huge fan of it, but I'm sure it looks amazing in person. Um, so that they could do it for like their 15th anniversary, they released like a special set of wallets and card holders that they sold at cost. It was just the cost of the leather plus the cost of labor. No markup for you know what it was. And friggin' like the dude stitched all these things by hand in his shop over the course of like 2 days because he had to isolate himself from his family during the holiday season because his shop partner, she got COVID, and so he was just like, "Well, I'm isolating. I'm just gonna be in the shop. I got Wednesday on the laptop. Just gonna stitch, and that'll be it." And he just like he kind of like weblogged it or let you know through with YouTube, and I was just like, wow. And like he had a pile of them done in a day, and I was just like, holy shit. Even if I had Wednesday on, I couldn't do that. You know? Like he's going fast. He's going like fucking zoom, zoom, zoom. What's the matter, Summer? You haven't said anything. You're not even gonna say hi? Oh, purple. She's waiting for like the exact proper time before she says something that immediately takes me out of the zone. I know it. I know it. I know it. I just read that, by the way. Feels you don't stream. You don't stream. Feels you don't stream. Otherwise, I'd give you shoutouts. I'd give you like the best shoutouts. I'd be like, listen, Phil's dry right here. You see this boy right here? This dude, he's got the softest, most supple anus. He give you this is the most supple butthole. And you're gonna want it. You're gonna want it. So please go give him a follow. Give him a follow. He's got that velvety smooth, that velvety smooth taint. You know, it's such a good. I don't know. I don't know. What other uncomfortable words can we talk about? Can we use to describe the cheeks? I'm not even doing this on stream. I'm sorry. It's got to be more ahead of me. That's the problem. When I stream this, it's harder to do. Wait, pull that down. I have to constantly be like mindful of where my camera is with regards to me. What's the matter, Summer? She's just staring at me. It's the worst. It's like, guys, it's like when you upset your wife and she just gives you the silent treatment, except this one's not my wife. I guess she's close to my daughter. Scintillating. When I think of scintillating, I think of like, it's like hot, like sizzling hot. I don't know if it's sizzling hot, clearly you just had too much spicy food the night before, you know? Oh, I could also talk about when I give you a shout out feels how you use chopsticks incredibly well, you know, because you do. Unlike some people, Trey. Uh, I'm surprised Trey didn't just go gorilla mode and start stabbing his food with chopsticks. Yo, what's up, Mirage? Oh, there goes my cat. What's the matter, Summer? She just left. Yo, what's up, Mirage? How was that racing game? I didn't get a chance to like even find out what was going on. I was trying to set up for this. I was fucking up Royal. I kept getting distracted. I realized I had to do something. Oh god. How was that game? What was it called? Stream Racers? Nitro Stream Racers? Mirage was playing this racing game on stream with chat, and I was just like, what's going on here? All I saw was like, it looked like it was hard to control, because it looked like you weren't really in good control of yourself. That's all I saw. Nitro Stream Racers. How was it? It was insanely fun. Huh. It looked lulzy, right? Like it looked like a silly good time, right? Should I play Nitro Stream Racers? It looked like it was fun. And I want to have fun. I want to have fun. Where has the joy in my life gone? Has it gone to the Joy Luck Club? Oh, Jesus Christ. I do need to like, because I want to, and feels dry. You brought up a good point though. I do want to eventually be able to like sell the things that I make, but I need to develop those skills first, and I don't feel comfortable selling this, right? Like this is for me, but I'm using it as a way for me to also build on my skills. And also because I want to wear it, because I do have a date. Wednesday. That's why I might not stream Wednesday. I might just like stream tomorrow instead of Wednesday. I have a date. Supposed to go out tomorrow. Wednesday. Supposed to go out Wednesday. God, I hope she does not discover this. I hope she does not discover this. You know, I'm gonna have to tell her my channel too. I'm gonna have to tell her about this. Oh God. You know what? That's not first date stuff. That's not first date stuff. I'll tell her. How do I lie about this? I'll tell her that I have an OnlyFans. That's all. I think that's more acceptable, right? Thank you. Thank you, Toast. Sell stuff sooner though, that way they can be first editions. Like the sticker? Like the sticker! The sticker is technically a first edition. The second edition sticker is this one. This is the second edition. But first editions, like, here's the thing. It's not going to be like with a graphics card, right? Where the first editions are like really good because they have access to like better silicon. It's going to be like this. It's going to be like the one that you get used after somebody used it to like mine crypto. Get it? Oh God, I'm going to run out of thread, aren't I? Out of foreskins. She'll be like, why can't you make them out of 5? My cat's yelling at me now. Why can't you make them out of 5 skins? Why does it only gotta be 4 skin? You never tell anybody about it? I mean, hi Summer. It is sort of like it's a hobby that's also kind of like almost a secret shame, right? It's like sneaking over to the kitchen at like 3 in the morning and then just like eating all the cheese. What do you mean? I went to go pick her up and she's like pain in the ass. I swear to God, that cat just she's just trolling me at this point. That cat trolls me more than Lincoln does. She probably wants me to feed her. She probably wants me to feed her. I'm probably gonna have to go feed her. Like, oh yes, so I know that I've talked about like wanting to make like cute bags and everything. One of the things that like concerns me the most is I don't know how to line them. And I guess that's a skill that I have to eventually develop. But like I can't even wrap my brain around like doing a lining like this for a bag because it's very different from this. You know what I mean? I think I might be back in a bit too because this one wants me to feed her. So I shall return momentarily. I have to feed the munchkin. All right, Summer. I know you're hungry. 322. Okay, I'll be right back. I promise, guys. Shall return momentarily. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I don't know. I'm not your real dad. It's not even available for the rest of us. God damn it. Crikey. 332. My cat was like following me around the entire time as I'm like preparing her food. And it's just like she knows what she's doing. She's doing it on purpose. Although I did need her to get out of here because I like to like have the threads sort of dangle off the table when I'm working, and I can't if she's around because cats get enticed by these things. You know what I mean? Oh, wait. Oh. Yeah, where's my all? I wanted to go through these again. Wait, so they reached out to you? Are you on like some sort of mailing list, or is it just because like you're a huge content creator? Who, by the way, also has an Epic Store code. Guys, if you ever get anything on the Epic Store, please use creator code Mirage. Right. That's the code, right? I've been using it. I haven't bought anything, but I use it. Just so you know. Just so you know. I use it when I get my free games. Because they always ask for a creator code, and I'm just like, yeah, I got one for you. It's our boy. It's our boy, Miragio. Come on, come through. Come through. Okay. Put that through there. I still have to make a post about H&R Block and how much I fucking hate them. One of these days I'm gonna release a sticker that just says "fuck H&R Block" on it. Same people who do Stream Raiders. That makes sense then. That makes sense. And you have done a few Stream Raiders things on occasion as part of like a timer. So that people like ready their units first. North Korean propaganda on cartoons. On stream. I don't think anyone will. No, somebody will notice eventually, right? I don't know if it's okay because, like, you know, copyrights and all that, though. You know what I mean? That's my only concern. That is my only concern. Gotta be careful about that, too. I keep accidentally pulling it through there. Is it North Korean propaganda cartoons? Stop writing North Korean propaganda. Nothing good. No. I'm sure something good comes out of there, but like, oh my god. My god. All the human rights atrocities. Those aren't good. I can't begin to remember like how many people asked me when I told people I was gonna go to like visit Seoul and Busan. How many people were like asking me like, "Hey, are you gonna go to the DMZ?" No, you fucking kidding? I may never come back out. I hear such bad things about like them grabbing people at the border, and it's just like I don't want to be grabbed at the border. I don't even want to be grabbed by the ghoulies. And that was a rare game. Can you imagine? Grabbed at the border. The sequel to Grab by the Ghoulies from Rare and Microsoft. Oh no. Oh no! I did it again. I did it again! Let's see. Shit. Come here. Come here, Needle. Come here. Oh, that's right, you did. You weren't the only person, though, Toast. Several people asked me, and I was just like, no! No! That sounds terrible! What? Why? Like, I didn't even think about it back then. I was just like, no. That's not part of the itinerary. Part of the itinerary was I'm gonna go see architecture and meet people that I've only met on the internet and really like I'm already in Japan. It's really about going to Japan and it's like, well, Busan's like right here. I should meet my pen pal, and then like she ghosted me as I was trying to plan for it. So it was just like, oh no. I think she was like concerned about like what either of us would have done. You know what I mean? Because I think that we had chemistry, and I think that she was aware that we had chemistry. She and I used to talk for like 10 hours a day over chat. She's even like there was like one or two times when she got drunk and she called me to pick her up, and I'm just like, all right, I'll do that right now. And it's just like I can't. I'm like in North America and you're in Busan. Like, you know, there is no train to Busan that'll get me there. At least not one that's not full of zombies. What's up, Ryan? How you doing? Oh god. And the RPG part is your favorite? Wait, what role-playing game? I'm sorry. I'm starting to worry, yet again, that I do not have enough thread here. And this is like 6 feet of thread. This is 6 feet of thread. I followed the formula. I'm starting to worry. How's your day been, Ryan? If she was calling when she was drunk, I mean, like, she was, like, trying to... She asked me to pick her up because she was drunk and she didn't. I was like, all right, I'll do it. And I was like, I hung up. I was just like... And that was an actual call. Like, she called me through... we used to chat through Google Chat. So she called me on Google Voice, and I was like, okay, sure. I was like, fucking, she'll figure it out eventually. Like, I was just like, she'll fucking figure it out eventually. But yeah, like, as I was making plans to go see her, she ghosted me. Like, I think she was, like, worried that, like, what if it went further, you know? Because again, like, you don't chat with somebody for 10 hours a day unless, like, the two of you are, like, really enjoying each other's company. You know what I mean? So, talk to your... Uh-huh. You would go outside and get... What? Why was she worried about you getting hit by a car? Also, thank you, whoever's doing that shadow. I don't understand. I don't understand, like, why my bot won't do that. But yet, somebody from the shadow, so I'm assuming is Tofu, takes it upon herself. Thank you, Tofu. Hope your day's been going good, Tofu. How's Peanut? I think it's Peanut, right? Oh, I got your Reaper. Thank you, by the way. Ryan, that was the concern, but you know, I think she was more worried about it than I was, because I was all like, fucking, I'll come see you. What do you want to do, though? I don't know what's in Busan. Busan's fucking freezing, by the way. If you've never been to... South Korea is either, like, way colder or way hotter than what you think it is. I'm gonna say that right now. Hi, Summer. The temperature was supposed to be, like, roughly the same temperature as it is in New York at the time. You know, it was, like, the same... And when I got there, I was like, this is fucking freezing. What the fuck's going on? And I think it's because, like, all the mountains and the water makes it super duper cold. Like, it just cuts through everything, you know? You should, Ryan. Uh-oh, what's my cat doing? Oh, let me move that, Summer. Good girl. You good girl? You finish your food? You good baby? She's not answering me. You know what that means? She's not a good baby. That's what that means. That pigeon stuck in the bread is, like, wild. I've never seen that happen IRL. But, like, pigeons do be doing stupid shit all the time. My grandfather used to feed the pigeons. Because he used to like, you know, he used to like birds. He had a pet. Is it a parakeet? Two, actually. One like got away because they always are trying to get free, you know. But like, and he used to tease it too. He would like put his finger by the cage, and as it would snap, he'd like pull it back and then laugh at it, you know. But I think he really cared about that bird, and it got away from him, you know. And then we got a second one that passed away. I know that it did because I remember the cage was no longer there. And I was like, oh. But I think it passed away after he did, so he didn't have to, you know, worry about that. But yeah, I was told, actually, maybe they told me that just to soften the blow. And not that it was my bird, it was my grandfather's bird. But I was told that the bird, it flew out the window when my grandmother was cleaning the cage. And I was like, okay, well, that'll happen. Error 404. No, you can totally find friends. Although, don't use those websites like the ones that show up. You know the ones that I'm talking about as an advertisement, like, you know, hot single moms are you know, waiting for you. That those don't work. All right? Just putting that out there. Those don't work. Yeah, see, Ryan knows. Ryan knows. Ryan already got, didn't you? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I never trusted ads like that to begin with, and it's just like, oh great, now I'm seeing them all over the place. Cool. 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 This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Only fucking idiots would fall for this shit. Let's see. Oh, wait, that should be on the, not the floor, but down there. Put that through there. Are these holes, like, not big enough? Jesus Christ. I feel like if I have to struggle to put the thing through, one, I feel like I'm deforming the leather. You know, but two, like, it's taking more time. Oh no. Hey, Lincoln. I'm repunching these holes or repopping them, as it were. I feel like ultimately I should have grooved the other side. I feel like I should have grooved the other side. I'd be perfectly honest. Welcome back, Lincoln. Because this is the side that is the side that's gonna be against me. So it does feel like that should have been smoother. I feel like this, you know? Rock and roll. Oh no! No, what? Why are we rock and rolling? Are you a rock and roller? Such a weird line from that movie. There goes my all. Ads at the end, and three of them are. Oh God, really? Well, I guess they're trying to give you something to work towards, right? Hey, show off your new abs to these hot ladies in your area. And you want to show them off to some hot single moms? They're horny and waiting for you. They have horns. It's not a genetic defect, I swear. It's normal in my area. Fucking hell, man. Fucking Rust. Ah, man. That game looks fun, but I absolutely know that I would be like super upsetty spaghetti the first time anybody griefs me, which would be like within 10 seconds, because they know, they could smell the newbies. They smell the fresh blood, and they're just like, kill that guy, he's new here. Let's teach him the lesson that it is wrong to be alive. Come on, where's, oh jeez. Did I accidentally, alright, no. Alright, hold on. Pull this down. Push this through, there we go. You know, after playing like 15 minutes of Goat Simulator, I have to imagine that those goat women are only there to cause fucking chaos. And I'm not about that life. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm not about that life. I only want to date sane people from now on. Only want to date sane women. Only want to date sane women. Well, we'll see, right? Take care of. I mean, a lot of people still want to like live in I guess those gendered roles, right? Where it's just like they want to be the stay-at-home mom, and they want them their husband or their future husband to provide for them. Um, you know, and there's still like a lot of programming in society that like you know make kind of normalizes it even. I remember when I was dating this woman from Japan, her plan was for us at least that I would be the primary breadwinner and she would be a stay-at-home mother, or a housewife rather. And I told her like, that's not where everything's going in terms of the world, mostly because like wages are stagnant, and a lot of jobs simply do not pay the equivalent of what would be enough for like a family to like live on, you know? And like I tried to explain all these things to her and how like it's becoming basically normal and expected that both partners in a relationship now have jobs, like full-time jobs. I everything that I told her, I think seemed to bum her out ever so slightly about the future. Even her mom was like, "You should study a trade because like you don't really have skills." Like she didn't go to university. She didn't like it. She didn't like studying. She as soon as she finished high school, she was like, "I'm done. I'm done. I'm never going back." And I was like, "You." And I told her like, "Your mom's right. Like you should study a trade because like you don't really have any skills and you're working like these minimum wage customer service jobs and you hate them." I hate customer service. That's why I don't do customer service. I fucking hate customers. And she's just like, like she's working for Disney, and Disney in Japan pays like $6 an hour. It's ridiculous. Like I wish I could shame them more about that wage, considering that like they charge like about like $100 per person per ticket, And it's just like here, but you get like I think it was like 600 or 700 yen an hour, right? And it's just like or 800 yen, which is like about $6. And that number, like that doesn't compute. You know what I mean? Like how do you afford anything making $8 an hour as an adult? And the answer is you don't really, you know? Let me catch up on chat because I think I went off too long. Oh no. From Goat Simulator, now you have a which people are on a rage about because damn it, feels. I told you you're supposed to pull out of the goat. Wait, what? So your significant other doesn't have to work. It's always hard though. I mean, like, I guess it depends on where you are geographically, right? Because things cost different amounts depending on where you are, right? I'm in New York. I don't know how many times I could say that, right? But in New York, oh my god, things are pricey. Um, they're like very expensive. Um, you know, that's why I've developed a habit of just like saving money and you kind of like not spending it really. Support your game. What you have to do is you have to convince your kids to become Hollywood celebrities, and then you live off of that because you have two chances at that now. It's like you get two scratch offs, you know. Uh, I mean that is the other half of it, right? Like having to send them off to daycare and then like somebody else. I don't know about indoctrinate, but like I guess it really depends on like what's acceptable for daycare over there, right? In the US, I think it's just enough. It's already too much for them for people to be taking care of your kids. They don't really have time to go like, all right, let's make sure that they understand about I don't know, our weird cult. But yeah, that weird cult being Christianity, I mean kind of. Yeah, not even kind of, just like yeah. Uh I was thinking earlier today about like how missionary work is actually a form of imperialism that we just kind of like are okay with as a people. and it doesn't make sense because it's just like it's theological imperialism, you know? You're trying to convince other people to worship the same invisible dude that you do, right? And people fight fucking wars over this shit. I don't know. Anyway, enough about my weird toilet thoughts. It wasn't even a toilet thought. It was a, huh, what do I have to do before I start streaming today thought? Oh yeah, school is like another form of that, right? It's an institutionalized way of like, you know, instilling in them, socially acceptable values. Although they probably learn more from their peers than they do from the teachers, I'll tell you that much. A lot of the stuff we learned in school was like, I think it's applicable. I mean, like most people are forced to send their kids to school, though, Ryan. Unless you do the homeschooling thing, right? Like there, at least in the United States, there's like laws against it. You have to either send your kid to school or they have to do like homeschooling stuff, and then like there's like structures for that and all this shit. And also when you homeschool a kid, they're not as well socialized, is what I've found out, right? Not personally, but like yeah, like and I've been told that a lot of people when they have dealings with people that have been homeschooled, when they try to like integrate into like, other learning institutions or whatever, it's just like they don't know how to deal with other people. Some of them don't even know like, oh, am I supposed to laugh at that? Like they just sort of like very like, oh, like they don't get things. Dating the teacher's weird if you're homeschooled. I mean, it's also another lesson, right? It's also another lesson. Although it does make sense as to why there's so many of those stepmom videos on the internet. What? No, it doesn't, but like for the most part they kind of are. Like a lot of them don't have social skills and it's just like they don't know like how to react to things. I remember I had an ex who was telling me at her high school there was this girl that was homeschooled who was like it was like her first year in a not homeschooled situation. And like there was this thing people would try to get her to laugh and she would just kind of be like, oh, like they would try everything and she just didn't know what to laugh at, or it's just like she wasn't socialized. I think she wasn't even used to the attention, so it was just like all just very like too much, not too much, but it was just sort of like going over her head even. Hmm. Let me punchy punch these holes. Should do it from this side actually, because I already did it from that side. Some of these are a little crooked. We'll get better at that over time. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yes, yes, very, very much so. You're absolute fucking weirdo. I'm kidding, Ryan. No, but like it was just like they're not used to it. It's just like this person was not socialized. They didn't know how to they didn't know how to respond to social cues, you know? Because a lot of these things are the way that they are because like people sort of like teach by context or just like learn by context, right? It's one of the reasons why when you watch a sitcom, right, they put in canned laughter. There's a laugh track sometimes. It's like it's to tell you it's time to laugh. Like that was a joke. That was funny. Some people actually do need that because otherwise they don't know when the jokes are. And then like it cues them to go like, oh yes, that was absurd. Haha, what a strange reaction. That sort of thing. Like as much as some of us like think that there's no, and I feel like more sitcoms should do without laugh tracks because I do find them to be annoying. I know why they're there. It's not to annoy people. It's because some people actually need to know or need to be told. Some people really do. So hey, take them in the special dick pics only channel of the Discord. I'm kidding. Actually, Ryan, that's right. I keep forgetting to ask if you want it. I'll send you a PM, Ryan. A a DM, not a PM. I don't even know what's going on here. I don't even know what's going on here. I'm the most incompetent person who's running one of the worst Discords ever. Ryan, I have to send you a message. Terrible Discord. A terrible Discord where nothing happens except I complain bitterly about the government. I'm kidding. It's not really just that. No, but PM can also mean Prime Minister, but DM is Dungeon Master. So realistically, I did break the skin when I stabbed myself with a needle earlier. Weirdest place to stab myself too. Ah, come on, go through. Come on, baby. I know I made these holes big enough. I don't know why it hates me. This shit absolutely hates me. Thank you for the lurk, Dr. Dante. Hope your day's been going well. I wonder... My god. It feels like... I constantly feel like I didn't make this thread long enough. And now it just sort of feels like we could still make it. Like, I'm teetering on both sides of like, it's not long enough, but we can make it. Oh god, I hate this. This is like the most anxiety-inducing shit. Did I make this long enough? Did I? I followed the formula. Maybe I should make it not instead of 2.5, maybe I should make 3. 2.5 worked last time. 2.5. I Oh no. They have a pill for that though. I'm kidding. You're young, you don't need the pill. I mean you might, but most people, I don't think a lot of I think people are just tired of their partners. They don't really need a pill. I'm sorry. Oh god. I mean, the thing is, Ryan, what you're not bringing up is the fact that like sometimes women don't want either of those. Actually, most time women don't want either of those. And you shouldn't just like send them unsolicited either, right? You know what I mean? Regardless of like unless you're a couple and like that's just like you're already a couple and that's like what you guys do, you shouldn't just like go like, "Hey, here's my junk. Here's my junk. It's very nice, yes. Very nice junk. Very nice." No, there's a reason why they call it junk. Nobody wants that. Aww.
Destroyed.
Um, you imagine. You imagine. But yeah, real talk. Like, don't just like send either, right? Because like I think for the most part, right, aside from like our weird, decrepit, degenerate little place here, most people don't like actually like to talk about like peepees and hoo-has, openly. Shit. I mean, like I'm very different in person, and I like, for the most part, don't really talk about peepees and hoo-has, you know. But also, like, hey, if that's where the conversation goes, that's where the conversation goes, right? Um, although, like, real talk, like in person, I am much quieter. I am so quiet. Although this has been like me trying to break out of that, because I want to be more gregarious, more conversational. We'll see how all that goes Wednesday. Has all the training paid off, or do I need to hit the Rocky steps in Philadelphia again? That's true too. They are everywhere. That doesn't mean that people want to see them. You get louder when you're with someone. I don't know what. I couldn't even tell you what I'm like, you know? Like, I'm not even entirely sure what I'm like when I'm with a person, you know? I remember there were times where I would just get like easily distracted trying to remember the names of songs or like song lyrics when I was with my partner, like out in public. It's just like we're trying to like figure out like where we're going, and it's like, hold on. Hiding away and nothing now, nothing now. Don't forget it's just the waiting. Oh, you ain't got a clue. Oh, 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 mm. The fire. Oh, see, did it again. I just did it again. And it's just like I get lost in like, wait, what was that line? I really like this band called 254, and I don't think anyone else does. I don't think anyone else would even like to hear them on a regular basis because they sound so like sleepy, you know. But there's something about them that I like in terms of their sound. But I also like the more shoegaze type music that the Smashing Pumpkins used to release, you know. So that's just me. I think that their shoegaze stuff is good, right? Like, I don't know. I like when music sounds like it's melting. I used to listen to this band called Scarling because they did a little bit of that like heavy metal shoegaze, right? But you know, it's really hard to find something that like sounds like the band that you liked when you liked them, you know? The Smashing Pumpkins turned to shit. Um, Billy turns out to be like this huge diva who thinks everything's about him, and he tries to make everything about him, and it's just like I don't want to hear it, Mr. Corgan. You know, so it's weird. He's weird. Elliot Smith. Elliot Smith. Let me Google him. Is he related to Robert Smith of The Cure? Yeah, I liked Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, you know? I liked Siamese Dream. Why do I have this calculator still open? T. Elliot Smith. American singer-songwriter. Alright. That guy looks familiar. Oh no, he's passed, isn't he? He's not great. Alright. Well, we'll find out about him later. That's what we'll do. Also, I made a post on the Twitter, but today when the part 69 of the Persona 5 stream back not block log, the stream VODs went up on YouTube live, and I was like, haha, nice, 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 nice. We're part 69. Each one of those is like 4 or 5 hours long. Had some songs and movies. I mean, that doesn't really necessarily mean that I'm gonna like them or dislike them, so long as like I feel it, you know what I mean? And there have been times where like I will like listen to a band, be like, no, I don't like them, and then like come back to it later on and give them like a good 7 hours of like really trying to listen to them, you know. I remember I did that with Panic at the Disco, and then I ended up finding out like I do really like their weird music, or rather his real weird music, because Panic at the Disco is really just one person. It's Brandon Urie, I think that's how it's pronounced, because he plays like every instrument. But when they go on tour, he hires out like a band. Um, it's probably like the same musicians every time. I should be focusing this on the middle of this mat. This is what the mat's here for. It's supposed to tell me like, here, you do the thing here. And like I keep bringing it towards myself. Everyone on the boulevard was a dreamer just like you. Okay. It feels a lot smoother. These are getting short. These threads are getting real short and I'm starting to worry. Well, that's still going on, right? Ryan, the Bold and the Beautiful. That shit's still going on. I think that shit'll be on forever. Or did they cancel all the soap operas? I don't even know it's on network television anymore. I haven't watched network television in like decades at this point. The Royal Tenenbaums. I didn't watch it, if that's what you're asking. There's a lot. I think that's what's it? What's his name? Oh God, who's that guy who always dresses like he's on safari? Fuck. I used to think he directed all those Resident Evil movies too because their names are similar. And Angeles, Wes Anderson. Yes, yes. Because Paul W.S. Anderson directed all those like Resident Evil films. I thought they were the same person. So I was like, oh yeah, he's the guy who directed all those Resident Evil films. Fucking no. Can you imagine making that sort of mistake and then like fully believing it and then spreading that misinformation to other people and then like trying to get them to believe it? Oh my God, I was gaslighting people before I even knew what that word meant. Fashion for success. Okay. Well, I mean, that's the point of a soap opera. It's to make Susan Sarandon attractive to people. No, she's a very attractive old woman. Was it Susan Sarandon? I think it's Susan Sarandon. You guys know who I'm talking about. Gaslight is Rampart. Wait, the game? Isn't there a game called Rampart? I'm thinking of something else, aren't I? This is cafe that I went into when I was in Japan. And I think the name is Rampel, right? I went there my second trip on Japan. I was completely alone. I went in there because it looked like a cafe, and it was. It was open, and I was the only person there aside from the woman who ran it. And you could tell like this cafe was just like one old woman running this place, and she had pictures of all her cats around. And I wanted to try to start up a conversation with her about like my cat because this is like, what's their names? But I didn't because I was too shy. You know, I was too shy. I didn't get to tell her about Bobby or Summer. Or I guess I would call Summer Natsu. You know, but Bobby can still be Bobby, right? Because Bobby is a name. But Summer's like an idea, right? Natsu. Natsu. Kuro neko no name wa Natsu da yo. She thinks she's so cute. She's like taking a nap on my bed. I think she's so cute. Little furball. They won't let you in. Why won't they let you in? Do you not have a passport? Because like Japan has pretty lax borders. Not lax, but like they have pretty open borders. You know what I mean? See, I went a little over. I think it was because of the angle that I was doing these the stitching chisel work there that I'm a little off. You're no, oh, do you have to be triple vaxxed? I'm triple vaxxed, but like I've actually been thinking about getting another one. Um, I keep like I kept putting it off, and like at this point it's the end of the winter season, so I don't even know if I like really want to bother. Right? Not that it matters because it's different cocktails of the vaccine at this point because there's different variations And they're thinking like even at this point, like it might become a yearly thing, like the flu vaccine, right? Yes, but it reduces the severity and the length, the duration of the infection. So you'll have a much shorter time that you would be, I guess, carrying it. Either way, I mean, like I don't disagree with them. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is super endemic. We're never getting rid of COVID. Like it's always gonna be here, and I think like we're gonna have to basically evolve or die, right? Granted, I thought that COVID was gonna be our extinction event, and it was not. Although I will say this, right? It's bad, guys. Get your shots if you can. Real talk. Oh, I have to be careful about what I say about COVID because the last time I said anything that, even though it was like properly researched, like in the moment, I still got a community guideline strike on YouTube for saying it, and so that means I have that on my permanent record forever. Even though, like, you see in the VOD. Let me look this up real quick to make sure that this information is correct. Yes, it is correct. Let me reiterate, and then like it's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Fucking YouTube. I swear to God. Anyway, the big purple thick one with the weird bumps on its chin. I That sounds incorrect, the whole natural immunity thing, but what do I know? It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like they need to get their buns in a row. I don't know, the balls, bananas in a row. I don't know. Yeah, because if they're saying two different things, that's going to confuse people, especially if it's like the same news outlet, right? If it's two separate news outlets, if it's ever on Fox News, you just know better than to even like take it with a grain of salt. It's just going to be like, oh yeah, they're outwardly lying to me. The opposite is most likely true. Um, you know, 'cause fuck Fox News. It really is dumb. It's just like, even if like you're joking, apparently it's not, that's not enough to say that like I was joking. They're just like, well, cool, but also you get a strike. Don't do it again. Otherwise, we will make sure that none of your videos get seen by anybody. Ah, so nanda. Uh-huh. Because like that's what YouTube just does. Like they put you in like in algorithm jail, and then suddenly like no one is even discovering you, and it's just like, like it's just sort of like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. As a platform, I think it's because they automated it, right? It's all done by their machine AI, and so like if the machine AI just like goes like, well, guilty, like they don't ever double check it. So there's like lengthy videos about like how it's kind of fucked if you ever ask for an appeal, and it's just like on anything, and it's just like, oh yeah, a real person will look at the appeal, and then like you get the appeal back like 10 minutes later, where they just go like, nah, don't try this again, kid. And it's like, cool. I hate YouTube, but I need to use it as a venue essentially for this, so that hopefully we can get people here, and also so that that can act as a what's it called, a storage space for all my VODs, because otherwise, not that my VODs are the most impressive things, but otherwise they'll just be like lost to time, I guess. I don't know. Come on, come through. Oh, fuck you. I hate this. All right, hold on. I don't think we're gonna have enough thread. Months ago, Bellic. I think before we even met. one of my YouTube VODs, for Shadow of the Colossus. This is before I even had like any of this set up, right? When I was just streaming directly off my also how you doing, Bellic? When I was streaming directly off my PlayStation 4, one of my VODs got flagged a year after it'd been live for like a year, right? A year after it went live, it got flagged for spreading medical misinformation. And the problem with that was that like it's not. It's actually true. And I even double check it during the middle of that stream because all the VODs are stream VODs, right? To make sure that the information is correct. So like you hear in the VOD like where I say, "Hold on, let me Google this real quick." And then I read it directly off of Google. So I appealed it and they're just like, "Nah, fuck you. You're getting a community guideline strike. Don't get another one." So yeah. Like it was information that was correct at the time. I don't even know what the thing was about, and it's probably better that way so that I don't accidentally fucking repeat it. But like they essentially were just like, "Nah, you're wrong. You're wrong. Don't do it again, otherwise pop a spank." Because YouTube's a bit of a jerk like that. Twitter's a shit show, man. I don't even trust Twitter, right? Like Twitter's just like ever since Elon Musk was like, "I own Twitter now," it's like, oh no. Like that place has gone to like, I mean, it was never great to begin with, but like it's definitely Dookie Town now. It's definitely Dookie Town now. It might have been about us talking about how anything could be a dildo if you're brave enough. Or if it's your mom, haha. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm trying not to do so many your mom's dildo jokes. Because everything can be your mom's dildo. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? The way that like the employees at Twitter are being treated nowadays, because like Elon Musk just doesn't seem to understand how the company works, is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Like I think he fired like a bunch of people, then realized like, oh wait, I need them, and tried to hire them back later that same day, and it's like, you fucking idiot. I hope none of them come back just to fucking rub your face in this, you stupid fucking twat. You know? I really hope none of them came back, you know? But I wouldn't fault them if they did, because, you know, people have families and people, you know, like, they have to take care of. So I wouldn't fault them if they did. But, like, real talk, I hope nobody came back and just like, yeah, nah, this shit's fucked. You're fucked. Granted, it wouldn't be a good place to come back to because, like, you don't, you know, not everybody's coming back. And so you're going to have to be picking up after a lot of people that have just recently departed. Not departed. That's not the right term. Or it's not the best term. You think departed, you think of the people that passed. Oh, they got paid leave? I thought he fucking fired them. And then, like, 10 minutes later, realized, wait, I need those people. Ah, shit. I don't think we're going to make it to the end with just this bit of thread left. And I really tried to get the calculation right. This is 6 feet of thread? Oh, God. Should have done 7. Should have done 7, and we overestimated too. Yeah, see, they got laid off, and it's like fucking that. They got fucking fired. That's being laid off is the same thing, and like that would have happened regardless, right? Where they get free money, because that's when people get laid off, they usually get like a severance, right? When I got laid off from my job, I got a severance that was like 2 months of. It was like you get a week per year that you've been there. I've been there for 8 years, so they gave me 2 months severance, and then you get to file for unemployment, and that lasts for however long that lasts, right? You get all these things, right? So, like, yeah, like, essentially they were fucking fired. These are just how these things normally go. You know? Oh, that's true. All right. That's fair, feels. That's actually fair. Yeah. When you get fired, usually it's because it's just like they essentially it's you're at fault. So yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. But like it I don't know what I was getting at. No, it's just like they let them go. They just like essentially they're no longer employees, you know? Oh, that's constant. But also yes, Zuck's a total asshole. Zuckerberg's a jerk. I don't like him. But like he's so detached from like what human beings as a you know what human beings even want. He's so far removed from that he's just like, here, we're going to make the meta and everyone's going to want to be involved. And it's like, no one wants this. I mean, could you stop like getting exclusives for your stupid Oculus Rift? Because nobody wants that either. But we want these fucking games, and we don't want to fucking buy and have to have Facebook accounts to play games. You need a Facebook account to use an Oculus Rift. And there was a glitch at one point early on where people just like could not they would get like banned from Facebook because of their Rift. I forget what was happening there. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like you need a Rift to play with. I mean, you need a Facebook account to play with your Rift. I don't want a Facebook account. Tough shit. They had like the exclusive Resident Evil 4 VR, which, as far as I'm concerned, was the only remake that game needed. Because that game was fine as is. But like, nobody got to play it because you needed a Rift, and no one should need a Rift. Fucking Rift is stupid. What you mean in the metaverse? Ugh, the whole metaverse thing is so dumb. I really hope. I mean, their stock is in the toilet right now, right? And I really hope that it just like keeps going down. I really do. Not because I think that anyone who owns Facebook stock is just a jerk and needs to lose money, but like real talk, like my god. What I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know. Well. Come on, come through. There we go. It feels like we're so close yet so far. We have like oh yeah, we're definitely not making that far down. We have like almost exactly enough thread if I just like I can't believe we're so far away though. Like we took such a long thing of thread. This is 6 feet of thread and we're not making it to the end. Oh my god, I should have taken like 10. What's up? Sometimes you can have both. Oh. Oh, you're both right now. Yeah, see, you can have both. And both's name is Feels Dry. But Feels Dry will have you feel moist. But then he'll do the opposite, right? Because Feels Dry always carries around a bottle of talcum powder, which you shouldn't use, by the way, Feels Dry. That shit causes cancer. You should use, what was it called? Cornstarch. I know what you're thinking. I don't want cake balls. But listen, cornstarch is very absorbent, and it's the replacement. It's the much healthier replacement for talcum powder. Well, what's your baby powder made out of? Because most prior to like a few years ago, baby powders were all made of talcum powder. But that shit's like super like that powder's super carcinogenic. You should look. Definitely look. Actually feels like real talk. Um, because Johnson and Johnson, they're being sued over the fact that they knew that talcum powder, which is what they were making their baby powder out of, is super carcinogenic. And so they're being sued, or either that or they've been sued, class action lawsuit, because, like, you know, they were finding traces of it in people's tumors. No, like this one's like very specifically pretty bad at it. Pretty not bad at it, pretty good at giving you cancer. I don't want you to get cancer. I mean, listen, don't get too close to the sun, just in general, right? But yes, okay. But yeah, no, like very specifically, talcum powder is like real bad. I cannot believe that 6 feet of thread was not enough. It's about to be not enough. I'm gonna have to do another thing of thread. But so yeah, what was it? Johnson and Johnson has since switched to cornstarch. And I know for the longest time, Odor Eaters, the foot powder, the deodorizing foot powder, has switched over to cornstarch. Because cornstarch actually absorbs a lot of moisture. Having used talcum powder in the past, though, I will say that talcum does absorb a lot more powder off my balls. I mean, a lot more moisture off my balls. Because that's one of the ways that I keep cool during the summer. You gotta powder your balls, gentlemen. And ladies, I also highly recommend just like a nice dusting of talcum powder anywhere you get fairly moist during the summer to keep cool. I do recommend it because I think it really does help. Eh, I still can't believe this. This was that's 6 feet of thread in there. My God. 6! Besides myself. Besides myself. Hey, what's up, Warp Program? I'm 100% beside myself. There's 6 feet of thread in here, and we're not making it to the end. On this one thing. I don't know what kind of arrangement you have with those two guys, Feels, but I definitely don't believe that they work for Odor Eater's foot powder. My guy. How you doing, Warp Program? How was your weekend? Oh yeah. Well, it depends on where you are, Ryan. Like, in addition to that, like if I have to wear pants, I'll wear like what was it called? What's that material? Um, not lace. Oh God. There's like a lighter fabric that I wear. Not seersucker, although I do have seersucker pants because like summers in New York are very, very very humid. I'm just trying to get through as much of this as possible, knowing full well I'm gonna have to finish this off soon and start with another thread, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I mean, I do know how I'm gonna do that, but like, I don't know how I'm gonna end this to start that. You want leather assless chaps? You know how much leather you need for assless chaps, by the way? Seersucker's a good one. Seersucker's a good fabric for the summer, though. God, it's on the tip of my tongue too. Linen. It's linen. I wear linen pants during the summer as well, especially because the office won't let me not wear pants. So it's like, okay, cool. You're dealing with seersucker and linen then, mother father. But it's still like super humid in Manhattan or in New York City during the summer, so like it's not enough. It's just never enough, you know. I hate the humidity. The humidity is the worst part about any of this, you know. Yeah, it, when it gets to be that hot in New York City, which is not the most common, but it has happened in the past. That's usually a problem. But realistically, it's always the humidity that will kill you. Like, just gonna say that now. The humidity is the worst effing thing. At least for me. Because humidity doesn't allow you to like cool down from evaporative cooling, right? Because there's no like space. If the humidity is high enough, there's no place in the atmosphere for the moisture to really evaporate into. So you don't, when you sweat, that stuff doesn't evaporate. And evaporation creates a cooling sensation on the surface. And that's what you want. So, all right, I'm gonna cut this off. I'm gonna bring this back through here again. I'm gonna cut it off, and then we're gonna start another thread. Because apparently this wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Wasn't enough. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, my leg's asleep. Okay. This wasn't enough. We weren't going to make it to the end, apparently. Which sucks, because, like, it felt like we were going to. It really did. I'm going to continue with another thread. I just have to do that real quick. Okay. Alright, new thread. I can't believe that shit. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. I really cannot believe that we did. That was 6 feet of thread! I'm just kind of flabbergasted. And I did the calculation right? It was like 11, and then this is like 2. So you figure it's 12 is 24 plus 2 is 26. 26 times 2.5 is 65. That's 65 inches. We went for 72 inches. 72 inches was not enough. Was not enough. All right. Where's my thread? There you are. What's the matter, Summer? Want kisses? What? My cat wants attention. Hold on, I'll be right back. I don't know if that's possible. Can you? Because like the path that it would have to go through is kind of coiled up and everything. I feel like everybody has like what, several kilometers worth of intestines, you know? Several kilometers worth of intestines. I don't think that that's reachable. Granted. I don't even know how long to make this. This is probably like long enough. I just don't trust it at this point. Here. We'll over guesstimate. Over guesstimate. I'm thinking blood vessels. No, we have like several kilometers of intestines, don't we? Actually, wait, we could just look this up right now. I'm ready to be wrong. How long are the human intestines? 15 feet or more in length. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. I was willing to be wrong about that. 15 feet. 15 feet. So like that's like 3 meters, which is not a kilometer at all. All right. No, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, there's a formula for it? That's still like a lot to go through you just to come out and hit the back of your teeth. You know what I mean? That's like a lot. I feel. Personally, not a fan. All right. That there, pull that there. I think I'm not supposed to actually pull this all the way down. Let's try not pulling that all the way down. Let's go. Let's go round. Let's go round up some homeless folks. Then no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Stop trying to get me to perform experiments on the homeless. I mean, they can be. All right, so let's see. We're gonna put these through the same holes. Well, not the same. We're just gonna start where we're gonna pick up where we left off, essentially. We're gonna be right next to it. Oh, this looks really purple on screen, but it's not as purple in hand. I'm gonna have to take. I didn't take photos of the other thing either. I want to put them on the Instagram and the Twitter. Which, by the way, if you're not already following the Instagram and the Twitter, please do so if you haven't, and you have both a Twitter and an Instagram. I do want to finish this today though, because I've been talking to this woman that I'm gonna go on a date with on Wednesday about like how I'm working in Leathercraft and shit. I want to be able to at least be like, yeah, I make stuff for myself all the time. Haha, look at me, I'm a useful human being. I promise, I'm not terrible, and also useless and an alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic. You know that I don't drink that much, guys. There we go. Don't tell her I. Yeah, no, we already discussed that, Ryan. I was like, What do I tell her? What do I tell her? Don't tell her you come here. That's good advice, actually. That's probably the smartest thing anyone's ever said. Don't tell people you come here on purpose. Yeah, one time somebody tricked me onto going onto that Twitch thing. Yeah, it was terrible. This will be when I find out that like she is like a huge Twitch streamer. God, can you imagine? What's that? You're partnered? Oh, holy shit. I'm not partnered. I'm like the opposite of partnered. Most of the blood. Nice, nice. What detergent are you using, Toast? Listen, she doesn't need to know how much of a whore I am in that game, okay, Ryan? No one needs to know about my whoring. How much of a disgusting piece of shit I am. How much of a giant slut I've become. She doesn't need to know that. She does not. No one needs to know that. That's between you, me, and these 3 walls. 3. Yes, 3. We can't be breaking the 4th wall now, can we? Okay, now that I punched these holes through here, this is much easier. I'm starting to think that maybe the glue dried after I did the chiseling. The Used the stitching chisel. Maybe the glue dried after that and resealed the holes. Maybe that's what happened. Or maybe the moisture caused the flesh of the leather to expand as it reabsorbed it. And again, caused the holes to shut. Either way, I am now realizing this thread is too long for what we need to do. OxyClean? Did Billy Mays get you to buy that shit? Remember Billy Mays? God, that guy had so much energy. That guy had so much energy. Rest in power, King. Billy Mays here. When Billy Mays was talking about something, you knew that shit would fucking work really well in this commercial. Toast, you have a good night. Okay, you have fun out there. All right, all right. Don't pay for any extra services you don't want. All right. But yeah, you have a good night. All right. Have fun. Have fun. Relax. Have fun. I thought that was a fly. It wasn't a fly. It was just a bit of dust. I am too hyper vigilant for my own goddamn good. Toast, you have a good night. You quoted him when you bought it. Nice. I used to study martial arts, and I remember one time in the school, and because like they couldn't figure out how to clean the mats. Oh shit! It is something. It is a fly of some kind. They couldn't figure out how to clear the mats, so they just dumped OxyClean on them, and then like did nothing else. And I was just like, cool. So we're just gonna be walking around in that? Yeah. All right. Very, very, very inspired idea there. We're like not even. We're almost close. Oh my god, it's almost 8. I was thinking we'd be able to like do some Vampire Survivor after I fucking finish this. I didn't even put the buttons in. I didn't put the buttons in. I didn't put the other stitch thing in. God damn it. You know what though? If these are long enough, I might have enough to like do the last bit of. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. And now there's a little thing buzzing around my fucking face. Cool. Cool. I don't even know how this fucking thing got into my goddamn house. Hey, Heather. What? No, I don't have cuffs to send you. This is for me. And also, it's not the kind of cuff that keeps you restrained. Uh, I'm not making weird fetish wear, Heather. I'm not making weird fetish wear. Oh, I just saw that you redeemed Take a Drink. How was your weekend? These are not restraint cuffs. These are freedom cuffs. For freedom! Sounds weird when I say it like that. I'm sorry. Did I accidentally? I swear to fucking God, this thing keeps fucking buzzing by my foot. Did I make 2 holes here? Two. Maybe this was the really wide one? Oh, Christ, I don't even know what's going on there. Everything seemed to be going so well on that side. No, don't fucking fall. Oh God, this might be 2 holes here. Put this over here. I'm not making kinky stuff, Heather. I have no plans to make kinky stuff. Zero plan. Zero plan. No ball gags. No ball gags. No reusable shibari harnesses. None of that. Also, yes, please and thank you, Heather. Kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Unless I don't. You need like no kind of Reaper. I Paddles are made of wood. I am working with leather here, mademoiselle. That fucking thing keeps buzzing around, and I hate it. I'm working with leather, not wood. God damn it. Swear to fucking God. I don't even know where this thing came from. There's a little thing just zip, zip, zip. It's not a mosquito. It's not a mosquito, but it is just as fucking annoying. You can't have a leather paddle. They don't make those. That's not real. That's not real. Stop making things up, Heather. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What is a leather paddle? My weekend was okay. Reaper, how was your weekend? Do they have you working this President's Day? I know that the hospitals don't typically close just because it's a holiday. It's real and it has studs. Okay, so that's another thing. Toast was asking me earlier if I could make him a studded thing, and I was like, I don't plan on ever getting studs, so there's that. Studs. What are you doing to people? You worked? I'm sorry, Reaper. I'm sorry. But also get that dosh, girl. But also I'm sorry. Oh. Do people hurt themselves a lot on President's Day? What's the worst holiday that people hurt themselves the most on? I'm assuming it's like 4th of July simply because like people don't know how to use fireworks properly and so they just like blow their fingers off left and right. You brought this on. Nah. Can't say it like that. You gotta say like, yeah, this is my choice. I wanted to work that day because it was cool. It was cool. There's punch. I just like my brain can't fathom that, Ryan. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. You know what I mean? I like to work with leathers that are supple. No, Heather, I probably not. Like I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I'm still beginning. I'm still beginning, and also I don't know what's going on here, but I want to make bags. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to tell you no though, because it's you. I don't want to tell you no because it's you, but also like, uh, I don't plan on doing fetishy stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's not part of the plan. It was my plan was I like doing things that are cute and Americana. Welcome to Americana. Please wait, no. Anybody ever listen to that album by The Offspring, Americana? That shit was like my whole ass summer that year, man. I would fucking play JRPGs and fucking rock out to that shit. Falling, I'm falling. It's fucking got. It just keeps buzzing around my fucking face because I have this light here. That's what it is. It's attracted to this light. I'm surprised it's not getting picked up by the camera. Not that this camera is particularly good. I can make a cute one. Can you make Heather a leather underwear? Um, the problem with that is that like it's hard to wash. And so Heather will definitely get a yeast infection, and I don't want her to get a yeast infection. So I don't recommend leather underwear. St. Patrick's Day. Oh, has that happened? Wait, has that happened? Have you had gowns stolen? Singing the little girl. No, what? No. Oiling them's not gonna help. You're still gonna like. You're still gonna get like terrible yeast infection. And then people will call you cottage cheese for like months. I'm kidding. They won't do that unless they're jerks, which we are on the internet. So. Oh, did you? I'm sorry. Oh no, that's what it was. Okay, I'm so sorry. I missed that. Thank you for telling me. Ah, boy. I hate singing. I hate singing. Not in the little girl voice. Hold on, hold on. I thought we were done with this little fucking girl.
You prematurely ejaculate during the makeout sessions. Oh, no, I think you can hold it in longer than that. Come on, Feels. Come on. Come on. I know you can hold it in longer than that. Does it? Does it really? Well, I guess that's the point then. I guess that's the point. Just hate that freaking voice. I swear to God. Hate this voice. I don't know why anybody likes it. Degenerates. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. One voice routine means I don't have to send out 2 stickers. Jesus Christ, Feels. Well, Feels is trying to save up for one. Or first, rather. Yeah, there we go. Alright. And Dunzo Bonunzo. Look at that shit. Alright, there's stitches. Okay. Alright. You know what I should have done? I should have started on this end and then worked my way back here and then just had one melting point. You know, you gotta make the mistakes so that you can fix them later. If you spend and then you don't have it. No. How do we know if we have stuff unless we spend it? Right? Isn't that how that works? Isn't that how that works? You gotta spend it to know that you got it. Otherwise, what's the point? I think that's how that works. Alright, so that's that. Now we gotta put these buttons on. This is gonna be loud, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize right now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's do these buttons, fuck it. Alright, so I took out the buttons. Button. Yeah, oh, sorry, Heather. Could've got stickers. You could've got something that you could permanently ruin your property with. Alright, so this goes in here. This goes in here. Yeah, that's my new way of robbing people of their channel points. We got buttons. Wait. This part's kind of fun. Everybody shut up! It's gonna be loud! Alright, that wasn't that loud. Is that better? Is that in there? Oh, it's in there. It's in there. Oh, I should make that a little bigger. Alright, come here, give me this. Sticker for a sticker. You had stickers made. What'd you make? I hope they're not peepees. We could trade stickers. Just DM me later. Just because I'm gonna forget. I know I am. I son of a bitch. I know I'm gonna forget. What kind of stickers you had made? Alright, that's not coming out, is it? That's glued on there pretty good. Come on, you whore. Come on. Christ, come on. There we go. Alright, put that out there. A dick for him. What? Oh, did you? Ooh. I want to see them. I want to see them before I agree to anything. I want to see them before I agree to this. Are they cool? What'd you get me? Uh-oh. Oh, I thought my cat was gonna want attention, and I'm like, phew, thank God. Okay, so this goes here. This goes there. We'll see if this all fits on. I really hope this fits. This is the moment of truth to see if this even fucking fits on me. Oh, I can't even get it on. Shit, come on. There we go. Alright. Okay, so that does sort of fit. It just looks like I'm wearing a Fitbit watch without the screen on. Little big, little big. He has a vinyl shop. Oh shit. Does he also make other vinyl stuff? Does he also make other vinyl stuff? You know, like vinyl, fetishy things. Does he also make vinyl stuff? Oh, okay. I was thinking more like, never mind what I was thinking. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. I wasn't thinking of anything even. There we go.
The little girl voice has been banished to the shadow realm.
Let me get rid of the timer.
What happened? What happened? What happened? What did I miss? What did I miss? Someone else, though, that's a question. Oh! That's confusing, Ryan. That's, like, very confusing. I don't know. I guess my answer to that is, like, I don't see why not. Well, I don't know about commissions. Because people keep asking me to, like, make stuff, and it's just like, listen, I just fucking started, okay? Give me a minute. And I'll be perfectly honest, I do not even have, like, a good supplier yet for stuff. I spent, like, 3 hours trying to find somebody to sell me, brown leather in 5 to 6 ounces so that I can make more wallets. Because I want to make some more wallets. And then put those on the shop, and, like, everyone's like, can you make me, like, a ball gag and this fucking, like, what's... Gag on these balls. Why don't you just gag on these balls? Sorry. I'm sorry. It's very stressful. Very stressful. Where did I put that thing? Oh, there it is. To know that so many people want my leathers. I mean, it's not very stressful. Chokers went... No. Chokers? Chokers? What's it? Oh, like those really tiny necklaces? That kind of choker? Is that what we're talking about? Alright. So... we're trying to do like a little... like, these are crooked. Trying to do like a tiny Triforce shape here. So I should actually use... since I have the 3 dots, right? I could probably do this. Or I use this. Sorry, here you are. God damn it. Doing everything wrong, aren't I? Also, I like how these things have, like, more or less disappeared. You want a leather armband? I don't even know how to start with that. I'm sorry. Summer's okay. She just hanging out. My turtles are pains in the asses, as always. I was feeding them yesterday. Chabette always wants me to feed her extra. Dragon, his fly is back. Dragon does not know what he's doing. He's a very slow boy. Okay, so if I use that dot, I have to come down a little bit to like slightly below. Alright, so here's the thing. I gotta punch a little bit below that. If I use this dot, which I will use this dot. Okay, you're headed to bed, Ryan? Ryan, you know what that means, right? You better have sweet fucking dreams, otherwise I'm gonna be very upset with you. Right? Okay, I'm not gonna be mad at you. We can't help what kind of dreams we have. Like, Ollie must have had a nightmare because he was telling me about how I was in his dream, and I was like, that can't be good. Can't be good at all. Oh, I fucking got it. Alright. I go wash my hands. Ryan, you have a good night. I have to go wash my hands. I got this fly. Beals, you have a good evening, alright? Pics of your... What? No, you can't just have pics of that. I gotta wash my hands. I can't even touch anything. I'll be back. But Ryan, you have a good night, okay? Have sweet dreams. I shall return. I gotta go wash my hands. Careful. Careful, baby girl. Haha! I'm back. I hope everyone had a good night that we were seeing off. Alright, so I gotta finish these holes. Oh, my hands are still a little wet. Whoopsie. Hey, Summer. You want a huggy hug? Come here. Oh, my hands are wet. You got a deal. You got a deal. What was that? Hey, Julianne Ruffles. Thank you for becoming a dickhead. This one wants a hug. What's the matter, Purple? Hmm? Was your food good? Hmm? I saw you finished it. She finished her food, guys. Oh, my little furball. Look at. Look at. Like, I don't want to prove any of this. Who you, furball? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing? He's a baby. She's a big baby. She's a big little baby. What's the matter, Summer? No, don't play with that. Don't play. Let me move this away from you. Because I can't have you touching these things while I'm making very sensitive, not sensitive, but very more or less exact measurements. Okay, so we'll use that, but we'll use the middle one. All right. Yeah, why did I make this so difficult on myself? I should have just made a bigger template. That's not it. Okay, come here. Come here. Here we go. A little bit above. A little bit below. Okay. All right, so now we punch these holes. Hammer? You have my hammer? course you don't have my hammer. You're a cat. Just realized there's a cat in my lap and I'm about to do a hole punch. Not a hole. Let's see. God damn it. Okay. That go all the way through on both? Okay. What's the matter, Summer? Trying not to upset her while she's in my lap. Because I don't want her to, like, scurry off. That could be worse. That's very, very uneven. Cool. That'll look wonderful. I'm screaming internally. These look fine. I'm just gonna use these. Time for me to be lazy. I didn't post the wallet on the Discord or the Instagram. Didn't post the I gotta post this later. Once I finish the edges. Is after I do these. Perfect. Okay. Close up. Please don't tell me I'm being messaged about. Oh, Heather, I see it. Aha, thank you. Okay. Let me go look at it. Watch, this sticker looks amazing. I bet it does. Oh, and they have Satan symbols. And they have Satan symbols. I like that. Reminds everybody that we here at Dick Record Heavy Industries worship Satan because he is the one true father of all. I shouldn't say that out loud. I'm probably driving the ultra conservative religious people away. But also, hail Satan, motherfuckers. Hey, Summer. You know, this is probably actually long enough to be doing what I want to do. What's wrong with me? The realization after I unwind it. This is probably enough. Come on. Come on. There we go. Who's a furball? Did I ever tell you that my cat is a pain in the butt? She is. I especially like to say it when she's in my lap. So that she hears it with her big ears. Yeah, you. We're talking about you. Saying mean things about my little furball. Who's your baby? Who's your baby? Your baby? She thinks she's in charge, by the way, guys. And I just want you to know that she is not. She is a cute pain in the butt. She's still a pain in the boy. Yeah, you. We talk about you. She's like, you can't be talking about me. That's not what people do here. Part of me is wondering if I should just like punch holes out here. You know what? I am gonna punch holes for those. I think it's gonna look better. What size are these? That's too small. It's too small. Might not have anything big enough for it. I go for the biggest. The biggest. Almost the same size. I'll use that. That's fine. Take a drink. I got you, Reaper. Thank you. Reaper, I sent out all the stickers like the same day. So it should be there in a few days. Please let me know when you get it. Also, thank you for participating in our first annual sticker program. First annual? I guess it is the first annual. Damn it, did that not even... Do these need to be sharpened already? Or am I supposed to do this from the other side? I think I am supposed to do this from the other side. Whatever. We can't do it from the other side. Summer, no. Baby girl. There we go. Punch through. Okay. Baby girl, don't do that. She's like, why not? You think you're so cute, huh? Got a heavy hammer, though. Now's not a good time. Hey, come on. Oh, there we go. I just have to... When was the last time I ate something? Around 5? I did take a break earlier. I ate something around 5. Thank you for the concern, because I know it's just like, you've been at this an awful long time. Are you sane today, sir? It's like, never really sane. Never truly sane. But thank you for asking. Yeah, I ate something. Don't worry. Okay, so those holes look perfect. Actually, they look like the exact right size. What's the matter, Summer? She's like nuzzling my hand. This should be enough thread to do exactly what I want. Although having Summer in my lap is greatly preventing me from doing this in the way that I want. Hey. Alright, furball. Let me let that fall for a second. Cool. It clashed with that. Nice. It's a part of this forever. I'm going to be so glad to finally be able to wear this out fucking side without having to worry about it fucking falling off. I'll just put this through here. And being lost to the goddamn void forever. Oh. I didn't widen these holes. What happens when you don't widen the holes, ladies and gentlemen? There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. I just saw that. Yeah, that's right. You've been collecting stickers from are they all streamer stickers, or is it just stickers that you like? I'm trying to figure out the pattern here. I think it's got to be this way. What's the matter, Summer? Getting restless? Okay. All right. I see you later, baby girl. Just jumped on the bed. Hey, what's up, metal kid? How you doing? How was your weekend? pull this through. Oh boy. Let's wiggle, 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 and pull it through. Couple streamers and some that you just like. It's fair. I think everybody could use a hobby or a hobbit. A hobbit hop? There. What the? What? Oh no. That'll. What? No. Wait, you were streaming? Wait, what time is it over there? Oh, it's gotta be AM. Hi. Metal Kid, thank you for the raid. Dude, how was your stream? Ah! Let me pull this through here. Dude, what are we playing? 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 Guys, welcome aboard. I'm Dick Record, also known as Dick Record. Doing a little bit of I'm sorry, not Metalcraft. Why did I say Metalcraft? Leathercraft. Very different. Very different. Very different. But I don't have a good segue. Oh, wait, is that the one where you're? It's got to be the one where you're on a track, right? And you're a Hot Wheels car. I've never seen people stream that before. How is that game? It's midday over there. Wait, what time? Wait, what? That can't be right. I can't be going this insane. I can't be going this insane, guys. Go give Metal Kid a follow. I can't be going this insane, can I? Going insane. I'm going insane. So these connections are a little scuffed, but it's fine. Because I didn't want like just a standard like punch through to take it through. You know what I mean? I wanted to kind of do the Triforce, so to speak. Oh. Wait, it's a death run? I thought it was just a racing game. Wait, how many people died then? I'm kidding. I'm just fucking with you. Let's see. Pull that through there. Uh-oh, that shouldn't be going through there. Pull that down. Actually, what am I doing? Pull this down this way. I was kind of interested in that game at one point, and then like it's just there's too much. There's too many things that I need to take care of in terms of games. Never gonna finish them all. I already have too many games, and then like there's games that I want to play that is just like I don't even own it, but I don't have time. I don't have time. Like fucking Elden Ring. My God, one of these days, you know, I loved that series and just never played it. Just never played it. Pull this down here. But did you kill anybody? Because that's illegal. But I won't tell no one. But that's illegal. Don't worry though. Your secret's safe with me. Okay. This is almost done. Well, this one is almost done. We got to do the other side because I can't have this dangle. Wait, no. Let's I should hit the other side with the all before I start. Oops. I think the problem is that I didn't hit it with the all, and it's just like too snug. All these holes are too snug. That's what you want, though, right, guy? Sorry. I'm sorry. That's what you want, though, right, guys? Ah, shit. Come on, brain. Don't do this. Push it through. My God, I thought it was like the exact opposite time over there, though. I'm gonna bring it over one more time. here? I think this is the only place where the glue is actually properly set. Oh, it feels like I'm pulling through like something very, very strong. Okay. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I'm gonna snip these and then part of me wants to go for another. Yeah, at least for symmetry's sake. At least for symmetry's sake, I'm doing this. Putting so much stress on this one hole. Come on, there we go. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Also, I really, I know I don't talk about this much, but I really love the smell of like leather. So this smells really nice to me actually. It's so weird what we like, what we find enjoyable. Okay. A little bit of residue there. We could probably just like, yep, there we go. So these threads are synthetic and they're waxed, so when you hit them with the lighter, they melt, and then that creates a nice perfect seal. Do the other side. Finally, no, I gotta then do the edges. Haha, I got the tokenol over there. I do that off stream because it looks, again, it looks too much like Hey, what's up, John? How you doing? How was your so you went on a hike, right? How was your hike? I thought it was gonna I always think that it's always a bad idea to go hiking when it's raining or it's about to rain or it rained the night before. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, thank you. Come here. Come on, get out of there. I gotta cut this? I probably should just cut this. No, no, here we are. Get that out of there. But yeah, how you doing? You didn't have work today, right? You were is it President's Day? Oh, come on, thread, don't do this. Just go through the hole. Just go through the hole. There you go. Molto bene. Is long enough? It probably is long enough, actually. It didn't rain. It started sprinkling off to your left. Oh. Oh no. Wait, what do you mean screwed up the footage? Is it like last time where it's all like in pieces and you have to reassemble it? And when you re-render the video, it's going to be like 400 gigs? Or did you accidentally like leave the... Oh. Oh, that's not good. My next guess was if whether or not you accidentally left the cap on, you know what I mean? Just like, let me check to see how this is looking, and lens cap, cool. Well, I'm not gonna reshoot the beginning. Just have to deal with it. We're almost done with this. Did you go for a bike ride after? As I'm basically an amateur hiker, and so like I only like hikes that are very, very flat and smooth and not slippery, and that's why I don't see any of the good trails. Oh, so you didn't go bike riding because of the rain. Okay, so the rain does prevent people from doing some things, just not others. It's fine. There. Oh wait, I was gonna all this. Where's my First and foremost, punch, 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 punch. Then we're going through the front. We widen each of these. You know, it's not going to be like prom night no more. Get it? Get it? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So the first half hour's in time lapse. Okay. So maybe for that part you just kind of like show the stills? You know? You could save it. You could save it. Time lapse though. Oh, that's frustrating. Fucking technology, man. That's kind of frustrating. Your lens cap fell off, so that's like gone forever, is what I'm getting. That's like just kind of gone. It's like to the void at this point. What's going on with my phones? Uh-oh. Okay. I have too many notifications. I'll look at those later. I'll look at that later, Reaper. I'm sorry. I have too many notifications. I just don't want to. I don't want to look. It's here. Yep. Oh. What am I looking at? You ordered okay. Are they expensive? What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh. Oh no. You know what it is? It's this thing. It's this thing. It's this this is my lamp. Oh, that's not that bad. I got you, Reaper. I'm almost out of fluids. I gotta get more fluids here. Thank you, Reaper. Wait, you put it on YouTube? Uh-oh. This is already snugging up. Alright, so we gotta pull this tight. So luckily, the wax on the thread makes it so that it's very, like, snug. If that makes any sense. Because of friction. So it just kind of holds it well in place. Do a gear video. Oh. Is it a lot of stuff, or is it just sort of like you got a GoPro, and you got the sticks, and you got a water bottle. Got to make sure you got the water bottle. Water is important, guys. Make sure you're properly staying hydrated, regardless of whether or not the hydrate command is being used. Command channel point redeem. By the way, thank you for making sure that I remain fluid, full of fluid. It sounds weird when I say it like that. Good. We love our awkwardnesses here. I'm so awkward. I'm so awkward I could eat a horse. What? 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 Don't worry about it. God, what was that from? There's like this thing where this dude goes, "I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts." I just pulled that through, so let's pull this through. Like the specifics with the plan. Use trail runners. and mid hiking boots. I don't even have hiking boots. And I like the design of some hiking boots too, like those like US made, those really like chunky looking ones. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. I need that back up. Because this thread doesn't have clearance from there. Reaper took an interesting image where it looks like I'm a monster from what's it called? World of Horror. Just I have no face. No, I'm thinking about this like weird song. So like it's just this rapper going over and over. I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts. Swag. I'm so fresh you could suck my nuts. Swag. Sorry. Now you all had to hear it. I'm sorry. Ooh, I thought something tore for a second there. Bring this over here. We're almost done. Also, I don't think it's good to eat horse. I don't know. I've never had it, but like, I feel like it's not a good meat. I don't know. In Japan, they eat it. They call it sakura niku because it reminds them of the sakura blossoms. It's like that pinkish meat. I screwed this up. I think, yeah, I did screw this up. All right, I can fix it. I can fix it. Like due to the color combo, I don't pick boots based on color combination. I pick boots based on the maker and whatever. Like I think whites makes a nice hunting boot if I'm not mistaken. Right, whites. Uh, they make their boots in the U.S. I think I don't want to get another Wolverine because I don't like how they do their clicking for the leather. But it's just like a handsome, chunky boot. Oh, you know who makes a really nice hiking boot is actually Viberg, and that shit will probably be like $700 or $800. Yeah, Viberg probably makes a really nice hiking boot. It's very you liked it? Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of Bear. Or maybe it's just because like it's just like, oh, it's a horse. Viberg hiking boots. That's not what I'm looking for. They don't have any in stock. Okay. Limited release. They don't seem to have any. I see pictures of them. Latigo hiking boot. Latigo? Nothing in stock. Oh, wait. Is this in stock? Oh, this is from a website. $45 delivery on top of it being $8.35. Bear is one of those things that I don't know if I'd ever eat simply because like I hear that it's pretty what's it called? You have to be careful with bear because since they hibernate, what happens is typically parasites and other vermin kind of get in there. You know, so you have to be very careful with it. There we go. The pair you want? Yeah, sure. You post it. You have personally sold 15. 15. Oof, that's expensive. This is kind of done. Let's see if it works now. And you have VIP. You're allowed to post links, as long as it's not like, I don't know, anything illegal. There we go. All right, it's doing what I was hoping it would do, which is it's kind of like holding down like this, right? I feel like I should have reinforced these by doing double stitches on the ones that are holding this in place. 2 buttons seems to hold pretty well, right? 2 buttons seems to hold pretty well. It's a little loose though. I didn't want it to be this loose, but I also wanted it to like fit, rather, not be super tight. I don't think I'll ever wear this in the summer, because it's just so thick and I'll just sweat into it. But I think this is okay. Oh, my other concern is if I wear any sleeves with cuffs, right? Like I wear like a lot of button downs. You don't see me wear button downs because when I stream, I just wear t-shirts, whatever, right? But you know, I could probably, if I really wanted to, I could probably shrink it down even. Add another button here. Or I could do that. Can I do that? Can I get away with that? No, I'd rather have the double button fastening. Single button's probably better though. It fits a little bit better single button, but like, oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put another button in here. Another buttonhole. Whatever, whatever. We're fine. I'm going to next do the edges, and then we're going to burnish them. Should I do that now? It's 8:30. Prepare with the food they eat to get rid of the gaminess. Wait, what? All right, let me look at these boots, by the way. Ooh, a solo fugitive. That's a bit busy for me, personally. Is a solo? Are they a good brand? Boots can be resold. That's important. Imported. That's also of concern. Like personally, when I buy footwear, I try to get stuff that's like made in the U.S. You know, that's just me though. They can be resold. This looks like a sneaker sole though, which means that like the ones that I was looking at, these Vibergs, they just have like a, and I don't know if it's particularly good for them, as a hiking boot. Can I go to this website? These use like typical soles, right? They don't have very many like let me show you. Azolo. Oh, that's a huge link. Holy That's a huge link. Let me see how much burnishing I can do on stream. I'm gonna use this. I just got it today. It's called Tokonoru. It's burnishing gum. I'm a little worried that it may look like ejaculate, so I'm gonna open it off screen. Cool. Cool. Just peel off the sticker on top. All right. And if it does, I might just do this. Oh. It's like mildly floral. It doesn't really look like jizz. It just looks white. Yeah, I like Vibram for soles. It's just white. So we're just gonna do a little bit of burnishing, right? Let's see if I could do this. I'm being very sloppy with it, actually. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to put it on here directly or if I'm supposed to put it on the thing. But essentially you put it on there and then you hit it with the stick. And it's supposed to take care of the edges. Work that in there. Oh wait, I should be using the much smaller one here. But it's not about pressure, it's about I like Vibram soles, by the way. I really do. And I like how chunky a lot of them feel. You know what I mean? as well as just like how easily you can get new ones, right? Um, what was it? Vibram makes like this chunky red sole, which I wanted to get for a to replace my I have these navy blue made in Maine Eastlands, and I wanted to get the chunky red Vibram sole for it, but I could not get it. Like or rather, not I, but my cobbler couldn't get it, and so that remains just slightly out of my grasp. Let's see, you're supposed to just hit it. It's more about the friction. Some people use like a thing, like a spinny thing, like a grinder to do this. I have to get back to Heather. I don't know if you're still here, Heather. I'll do that trade if you want to do that trade, homegirl. I just had to make sure that they weren't like weird. You know what I mean? I'll get back to her. Or I'll try to remember to get back to her. Someone made me look at another picture. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not blaming you for anything. It's a funny picture. It's so weird that that came out like that. Oh god, I'm doing it again. This is the process of hand burnishing. Oh wow. Oh, that's so nice. Oh wow. Okay. It's coming out nice and smooth and rounded. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted for these edges. Oh, that's really good. Oh, it doesn't show up even at all well on the camera. Oh no. You guys are gonna have to see pictures on the Instagram or the Discord, wherever it is. Oh, but I'm very happy with that. Except for this part. This part's a pain in the ass. So there's two burnishing gums that people use, right? There's this one. This is Tokonor. It's made by Seiwa. It's made in Japan. And so clearly, whenever I can get to work with something that's like made in Japan, a product. Shit. Hold on. We don't need this anymore. We did all the detail work, but my battery did run out on my thing. I was charging up another thing. Whenever I get to work with something that's like made in Japan, I just absolutely adore it. Hold on, let me take care of this real quick. Oh yeah, no, it happens a lot, John. I'll be perfectly honest. Like that's a regular occurrence here at Dick Record Heavy Industries, as well as at Casa de la Dick. That sounds weird when I say it like that. Casa de la me. Get it? Because I masturbate a lot. Shouldn't say it so loud. The neighbors might hear. Oh, but this edge looks so good. Oh yeah, it's a really good looking edge. We're edging, guys. Just so you all know, we're edging together, consensually. You know what this kind of smells like? It kind of smells like soap, right? The Tokonor. Wow, this shit works like kind of magically. I didn't think it'd work like this well. It's like legitimately rounding the corners, as well as developing like a smooth semi-gloss. What does it taste like? Oh, I'm not gonna figure that out. Next time I see you, I'll bring you some. You could put it on your nachos. I'm not gonna put this in my mouth. You kidding me? It's some sort of weird chemical from Japan. Who knows what it's made of? I shouldn't say weird, but like it's just a chemical from Japan. Japan. Get it? Japan. Like in Street Fighter. Japan. This really is like exactly, this is the exact kind of finished edge that I wanted for the other thing. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy doing this on the wallet later. Because I have to finish the edges on the wallet. But yeah, this is perfect. I mean, I knew that this stuff was like pretty well regarded, but like, holy shit. This is great. I like this. I really like this a lot. Unfortunately, my spotlight kind of died, but you know, comes the breaks when you're live streaming. Scuff stream is great stream. We all know this. I should probably work some more of this into here because of the bevel. But my god. I had to figure out who to raid. Always a good thing to realize, like, it's getting close to the end. I should figure out who to raid. So good. That looks really good. That looks really, really good. Um, oh god, here we are. I was watching a YouTube video where the guy just used some of this, right? I had known about this before, but he just used some of this to do the edges. And like the edges looked really good, and I was just like, is that really how that stuff works? Didn't believe it. My god, seeing is believing. Holy shit. This edge is nice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Um as someone, I'm just easily, I guess, impressed by things. And oh my god. It's like nicely rounded and everything. I know that I put in the work to like get it to be there, but like holy shit, I didn't think it was gonna like look so good. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying this too much. I'm enjoying burnishing the edges too much. I remember originally the first time I tried burnishing, I was just like, I'm not getting any results. Yeah, so I wasn't using the proper material. I also don't know what this says. I have no idea what this says. I know that's like without. Or not. Like, that's the negation. Boo. Or foo. Right? It negates something. These edges. I think we're almost done. This took like, oh my god, this took like what, 5 hours? 6 hours. Holy shit. Minus the brief breaks that we took. Kind of a long stream. Let's gonna rub the rest of this into this thing so that I have that in there. God, this stuff is like miracle putty. Holy shit. Not even putty, it's just like goo? I don't know. I think that's it. Oh, I think that's it. We did it. Holy shit, what a journey. Yeah, that's it. Holy shit. Those edges are so nice. My God. You know what I didn't do? I didn't hammer the stitching. Supposed to hammer the stitching a little bit to like, you know, kind of set it, I guess. I think this is my best piece yet. And most of it's just sort of freehand. But I think it's one of my best pieces, which is kind of cool. I really like what happened there. I'm gonna finish my wallet after I eat dinner. But thank you all for coming today. Holy shit. And witnessing the construction of my best piece yet. Haha. We're slowly really getting we're actually getting better. You know what I mean? Like I'm actually getting better at this. I think that this came out like a real finished thing. So yeah, guys, thanks for joining me today. Let me see who to raid. Guys. Let's see. We're hanging out in their chat. Let's see, I rated them recently. I can't rate them because they're playing that game. Scrolling, I'm scrolling. Huh. I think I know who to raid. Oh my god. I think I know who to raid, guys. Guys, please stick around while we raid our homie. The Zooted 420. He's currently playing a little bit of One Piece Odyssey. It is the One Piece that is very Odyssey-like. I hope I'm not getting Tokonoed all over my my mouse by doing so. Haha. But yeah, let's keep this dude company. He probably needs. Oh, Bobby. Oh, okay. Okay. The One Piece is real. I'm sorry. I just saw you throwing out suggestions. I'm sorry, but yeah, Zoot. Let's raid Zoot. He recently had surgery on his ankle because holy shit. Apparently when you get older, things just fall apart. So you know, let's hype him up. Let's keep the dude company. He's a great guy. I think a lot of you already know him, but for those of you that don't, you're gonna love him. We recently raided. Yeah. He got surgery on it. He needed surgery. He's got a screw in there and everything. But guys, you guys are gonna find out about that in a moment. But first, I want to thank you all for joining me today. That includes y'all in the front, the chatters, you guys in the back, the lurkies. I see you there. I see you lurking. Special thanks to our homies. Good day. It's MK Metal Kid, and Dose. The rates. It's very sweet of you to think of me, even though I am a stupid asshole. Kidding. I mean, sometimes. I think that's it for me. We'll be back possibly tomorrow or maybe Wednesday. I think we're gonna actually stream video games tomorrow. I think I'm actually gonna stream video games tomorrow. Because it's been a while since I played video games on stream. I really wanted to bang out these things, and I kind of wanted to take you all along for the ride. It's been interesting. So many people seem to be interested in like having me make stuff for them, and I don't know how that goes, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. We will see. Let me start this raid off. Before we go, I am gonna eat dinner. I promise I'm gonna eat dinner, Reaper. Thank you for worrying about me. I know I don't take good care of myself. I think a lot of people worry about me. I gotta vacuum. Hope it's not too late. I'm gonna vacuum anyway. I don't give a shit. It's only 8. It's only 9. Guys, if you haven't gotten your COVID-19 vaccine though, and it's reasonable for you to do so, and it's available in your area, please get your shots because that shit can save your life. And that's the only thing that I care about. But until next time, roll the page. You can't tell me what to do. I'm kidding. 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 Reapy. Reaper. Until next time, guys. Stay safe out there. Don't eat yellow snow. Catch you all next time. Yeah. All right, we're rolling the page. We're rolling the page. All right, if you've got your own raid message, please feel free to use it. I've created 2. The first one uses channel emotes, right? You got to be a subscriber to use them. But that little black cat, that's my little girl right there, right? That's based on her. The second one is for everybody who's not a subscriber. I don't want you to feel left out, and please do not feel the need to subscribe to this stupid asshole that is just making weird things out of leather. Wow, this edge looks so nice though. But yeah, I think we'll be back tomorrow. I think we'll be back tomorrow with another stream. Video games. But until then, guys, stay safe out there. Don't eat yellow snow. Catch you all next time. You take